Hay House Audio presents Making the Shift, How to Live Your True Divine Purpose with Dr. Wayne Dyer. The shift is a call to become more conscious, to move from aimless ambition to meaning and purpose. Making the shift is a necessity in order to live a peaceful, fulfilling life aligned with your true divine purpose. In this live weekend seminar recorded in Maui, Dr. Wayne Dyer will show you how. He'll explain how to move in a new direction, away from the pain of the ego, what he calls the false self, toward the bliss of your authentic self, the source of your being. When you make this shift, you become free to live your life spiritually connected and on purpose. Now, here is Dr. Wayne Dyer.
Welcome. Welcome to Maui. Welcome to my home, my front yard. It's right out there. I live right next door. It's really great to have you here. This is the third year that I'll be doing this, so we'll put everything into it that we can. I'm going to start out and tell you a little bit about what's been happening, and some of you know. Earlier this year, I was diagnosed with chronic lymphocytic leukemia. It's not as bad as it sounds, but it's got the word chronic in it, and it's got the word leukemia in it, and I don't know what the hell lymphocytic means, so it's not something that I was happy to hear. It is something that is manageable and treatable. It is, at this point, not life-threatening, but then again, as my friend Deepak Chopra says, life is a sexually transmitted terminal disease. So... essentially, we are all terminal, aren't we, in one way or another? And I'll be speaking a little bit about that. So that involves me making some changes in my life. Slowing down, more rest time, not getting overheated, certain kinds of things that I have to watch with this leukemia business. But I've always kind of believed that when you come into this world with big dharma, and I obviously have, then what accompanies that is big challenges, big obstacles, big difficulties. Many of you know I spent the first 9 years of my life in a series of foster homes and orphanages. I don't look back on that as anything other than a great opportunity for me to learn self-reliance as a young boy, and then consequently teach people about self-reliance, which is what I've been doing for 35 years or so, with 30-some books and programs of all sorts and so on. It isn't to say that those 9 years weren't filled with some heartaches and some sadnesses and, missing your mommy and things like that, but my mom, who is almost 94 now, in a hospital tonight, having a pacemaker put in on Tuesday. At that age, that's a challenging thing as well. So that's another thing that's on my mind. My mom got us all back together. She had 3 boys at the age of 22, and my father walked out shortly after I was born, and I was the youngest. So I'm very close to my mother and have great deal of respect for her and love for her, and many of you have seen me introduce her on public television on the Inspiration PBS show that was done in San Francisco a few years back. I've been through a lot of the kinds of struggles. I mean, we had nothing when I was younger. Everything I have is what I earned. I look upon that as a great advantage, but it was just the dharma that I chose, I guess. I've been through divorce twice. I know what that feels like. I know the heartache of breakups and have lived with them and struggled with them and have used it to help me to become a better person, a more compassionate, kinder person who listens more than he talks. I've been through the addiction route in my life and struggled with it on many different levels. From alcohol, which I can proudly say it's been 22 years since it's crossed into my body. Yeah, thank you. But the previous 22 years I drank enough to make sure that these 22 years were covered. So, and not just alcohol, but drugs as well. I've been down that road and know what it feels like, and know the struggle of it and the pain of it. And this and other things, this new thing is to me just one more opportunity for me publicly to deal with something that is as challenging as that. I also had a heart attack in the year 2000, which is not possible. I didn't think it was possible that I could have a heart attack. I didn't eat meat. I exercised every day. I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. I did all of the things that you were supposed to do, and nevertheless, I had one blockage in one artery that they call the widowmaker. It's called the LAD, the lower anterior descending artery leading into the heart, was blocked 99%. And as explained to me, it was a genetic thing passed on to me from my parents. So that again was another opportunity for me to go within and become a person who can publicly go out there and talk about it. So I'm not saying this to elicit sympathy, although if you have any, I'll take it. I have never canceled anything in my life, even when I had a heart attack. It's not in my nature to just give up on it. And I think we're going to have a wonderful, terrific weekend. So I want you to be a little bit more formally dressed from now on, if you don't mind. I'd like to see a dress code here, shirts and ties, if you don't mind. But this is Maui. We don't even wear shoes on Maui. The weekend that I have put together in my mind is a course that I want to teach. It's not just Excuses Be Gone. And the course is based upon something that I'm going to be writing about. I've been deeply involved and engrossed in the work of a great teacher in this country whose name was Neville Goddard, who passed away in 1972. How many people here know of Neville? Just by a show of hands, about 6, 7 people. Neville was like a 20th century Ralph Waldo Emerson. Emerson was an itinerant preacher who ran around the country in the 1840s and 30s and 50s and 60s. And he talked about things that didn't make him real popular at that time in the 19th century. He took on the religious organizations and religion particularly and spoke from a place of God is love rather than God is something that has been handed to us by religious organizations, and spoke about the power of God being within us. And he today is known as the father of the Transcendentalists, one of the great American teachers. He and Henry David Thoreau were neighbors in Concord, Massachusetts. I've been in both of their homes. I have a picture of Emerson at my writing space that I've had there for the last 30 years. And I think of him as one of my teachers, as is Thoreau. I even went to Thoreau's house in Concord and laid in his bed and tried to get the energy of Thoreau as I was sitting down to write a book called You'll See It When You Believe It back in the 1980s. I spent a whole week there in Concord just drinking in the energy of that fabulous place. In fact, recorded a public television special there as well. So Neville was like that, only he was lecturing in California in the 50s and 60s, and he would have a place like this, and he would get hundreds of people to come, but he was talking about something that didn't have a lot of attention given to it at that time, and it was met with a lot of skepticism. I'm calling the book that I'm going to write, I've already got the book jacket designed, maybe I'll bring it over and show it to you, which is how I do things. I act as if it's already done and live from that place. I'll be speaking about it and interacting with you about it. It's called Wishes Fulfilled. And it's a program, it's a methodology, it's almost like a technology of how to create for yourself through the power of your mind and your imagination, and to go there and make that the focus of your life. I don't want to get off on it too much because I could do 2 hours on that easily right this minute. I'm going to conclude with that. What I'm going to open with and start with here tonight is this entire course that I'm thinking about is based upon something that Neville taught. And what he was teaching, and I have some of his recordings, some of his live recordings from the 1950s that I've been listening to. Very motivated by this and inspired by it. The course comes from a statement that he made in one of his lectures that said that if you want to elevate your life to a higher place, then the only thing that you have available for yourself to do that is your concept of yourself. And your concept of yourself is everything that you believe to be true about yourself. So now you have to take a look at what it is that you would like to be able to create for yourself, what it is you would like to achieve for yourself in your life. And if that is at an elevated level, at a higher level, then in order to be able to get there, you have to be willing to change what you believe is true about yourself. Because everything that you have believed up until now that is true about yourself has gotten you to where you are. So here you are. Rich, poor, fat, skinny, addicted, unaddicted, in great relationships, in relationship that is failing, miserable, unhappy, happy, go lucky, everything, whatever it is that there is about you has come from your concept of yourself, and that concept of yourself is everything that you believe to be true about yourself. So what do you think that involves? It really involves changing some of the things that you believe to be true about yourself, and being willing to change your conception of who you are and what you're capable of attracting and manifesting into your life. It's being willing to change your conception of what you believe to be true about yourself. I have a 3-part program designed between now and when we leave. The first part I call the journey. And the journey is the journey from ambition to meaning. So we all take this journey, at least people who would sign up to come to Maui and participate in a weekend such as this, are taking that journey from ambition to meaning. So I would like to spend this evening and part of tomorrow morning talking about those 4 words, from ambition to meaning. And that was the original title of my film, The Shift. How many have seen The Shift? Wow. You like it? Thank you. In order to be able to create that film, I had to do what I'm asking you to do right now. I had to change my conception of myself as someone who was capable of taking direction and being told what to do and how to do it, and being willing to repeat it over and over and over and over again, and so on. It was part of a journey for me, and I had to do that at the age of 68 to change that conception of myself. And that's been true for so many of the things that I'll be speaking about here and asking you to share in as well. So that's the journey from ambition to meaning. The second part of this course that I would like to teach is what I call the obstacles or the excuses that we use to keep us where we've elected to go in the journey. And this is Excuses Be Gone. And I'll talk a little bit about how it came about, do some work about changing some of those things, looking at a paradigm that I had channeled for me by the same person who wrote the Tao Te Ching, which sounds a little weird. And when it gets weird, I'll point it out so that you don't think I don't know that it's weird. All right? The paradigm for Excuses Be Gone is something that came to me directly from my meditation with this great spiritual teacher. And many of you know I wrote an entire book based upon the great Tao Te Ching that was written 2,500 years ago. And I wrote an essay on how to apply each and every one of those 81 verses. But more than that, I lived that, the year 2006. I should just preface this with that, about 4 years ago, I was in New York City and I was reading the New York Times before I was giving a lecture that night, and there was an interview there with Arthur Miller. And Arthur Miller, of course, is the great American playwright that many of you had to read. Death of a Salesman, Willy Loman, you remember, and so many other great American plays. Probably the greatest playwright of the 20th century, The Crucible. And he was being interviewed. He's most famous for being married to Marilyn Monroe, but unfortunately, it really wasn't his great claim to fame. And he was being interviewed, and he was asked a question, "Are you working on another play?" Now, he was 91 years old. And his response, it always got to me, his response was, "I don't know, but I probably am. But I probably am." Does that resonate with you like it did with me? What it meant to me was he had an awareness. People who get to a certain level of awareness and consciousness, they begin to realize that there's a big difference between motivation and inspiration. Motivation is when you get a hold of an idea and you take it and you won't let anybody interfere with it, and you take it to wherever it's going to go and no obstacles are going to stop you, and we say that's a highly motivated person. Inspiration is the opposite of that. Inspiration is when an idea gets a hold of you and it takes you where you were intended to go before you ever even showed up here in the first place, where your Dharma said you were to be. And everything has a Dharma. Everything in the universe has a Dharma. A tree has a Dharma. It's to be a tree. An octopus has a Dharma, a mosquito, an antelope. And if you look at the very beginning subatomic particle that began an antelope and began you, they're identical. You can't tell one from the other. They look the same, but one is to be this and one is to be that. And everything about an antelope or an octopus is all part of that. If you were asked what's the Dharma of a bumblebee, you would have no problem with it. You would just see bumblebee comes into the world, bumbles, bees, does what it does, does whatever it's supposed to do, and then that's its Dharma. It doesn't get confused. It doesn't think that it should be a hornet. It doesn't think it should be something else. It's you look at a rose and you say, what's the Dharma of a rose? Dharma of a rose, and the beginning of a rose and the seed of a rose looks exactly like the beginning of you or the beginning of any of us. But there's a future pull in there, and that Dharma is there. And it's there for all creatures, all things. That's what we came here to be. Human beings are the only ones who seem to interfere with their Dharma and try to tell other people what their Dharma should be, or try to listen to other people tell them how their lives should be lived, what their purpose is, what they're here for. We're the only creatures that are capable of ignoring our Dharma and trying to become something that someone else programmed for us, or to become something that we think would make us more money or give us more prestige. And we get motivated by all of these external kinds of things, whereas our Dharma is our calling. It's our calling to just be. Our divine mission. It's what we came into this world to be. And your Dharma is to be the height that you are, the hair that you have, the nose that you have, the feet that you have. That you have no question about. But the rest of you is a part of that Dharma as well, especially if people would have left you alone. We practice interference rather than non-interference. And non-interference is the way to feel inspired, to be inspired in spirit. So the middle part of this course is really a look at the excuses that we've used in doing the Tao and living the Tao. What I did was I would take each of the 81 verses and take 4.5 days on each of the verses. That comes to 365 days. That was the entire year. That was just living the Tao, trying to understand it, trying to grasp it. And what it taught me was some of the things I'll be speaking about in a few moments, about how to think, how to change the way you think about your life. But what it didn't teach was how to eliminate long-held thinking habits, which are the habits that I call excuses, and excuses be gone. So it was an interpretation of the Tao, and then it was listening to Lao Tzu tell me, this is how you get people to change the way that they've been thinking. And I'll be doing a little bit of that with you. And then the third part, so it's the journey, it's the excuses, and it's the vision. In closing out the from stage of what I'm speaking about here, I went to the Course in Miracles this morning and jotted down one of my very favorite passages. The memory of God comes to the quiet mind. It cannot come where there is conflict. For a mind at war with itself remembers not eternal gentleness. What you remember is a part of you, for you must be as God created you. Let all this madness be undone, and return in peace to the remembrance of God still shining in your quiet mind. It's the remembrance, and the only way you can come to that place is through the quiet mind. That's why meditation and just being in nature and just being at peace is the only way you can even begin to approximate the knowing of that oneness that always eludes us because our mind of division and dichotomies and two-ness is trying to interpret it. So the memory of God comes to the quiet mind. And remember, it cannot come where there is conflict. Because if you come to approach God, Spirit, the Tao, Source, whatever you want to call it, if you try to approach it with conflict, and God or the Tao were to respond to your conflict, perfect oneness would be eliminated. Perfect oneness cannot recognize two-ness or division. It can only recognize oneness. I jotted these notes out. Because your idea of wanting to be healed, your idea of wanting the conflict to end, because your idea, any idea that you have, is not of God, because there's conflict in it, God does not know how to respond to it. To respond to it would give it reality. If God were to respond to anything other than the perfect oneness that God is, there would no longer be perfect oneness. So when you pray or meditate or go into that space of looking for guidance, remember how St. Francesco said it. He didn't say, please give me some peace, I don't have peace. Everywhere I go, I don't have peace. Please, God, give me some peace. I'm in conflict about peace. He said, make me an instrument of thy peace. Let me remember to be like what I came from. Let me remember the highest place within myself. And then you always shift out of the conflict and into that state of oneness that I was speaking about. Okay, I want to move into ambition. So the four concepts I wanted to talk about in the journey are from ambition to meaning, where we came from. Oneness, nothingness, silence, the void, beyond particles, to ambition. And ambition is what happened when you popped out and your parents held you and you looked up at God and said, great work, God, we'll take over from here. My assumption is that everything and everyone has a dharma, and if we would stop interfering with that dharma, then all that we needed to be would be handled for us if we let ourselves, as Lao Tzu calls it, if we let ourselves be lived by it instead of attempting to live it and interfere in it. So here's the first quote. Ambition. Ambition is what happens when we take on the ego. It's when I use the acronym EDGE God out, E-G-O. We edge God out or source out. We push it aside. Remember, for the first 9 months, there was nothing for us to do. Nothing at all. We just allowed. And then we decided that we would take over. And we took on what Ramana Maharshi called a false self, this ego. And this ego is really the source of virtually all of our problems. Here's what Maharshi said. He said, all unhappiness is due to the ego. With it comes all your trouble. If you would deny the ego and scorch it by ignoring it, you would be free. And what is this thing that we call an ego? I'm going to do a short reading here. This is my writing in the new book, The Shift. We and those responsible for our parenting often disregard that our destiny and all that we need to fulfill our dharma is built into us. With good intentions, we're seduced into becoming a self that is diametrically opposite to our authentic self. Imagine a creature proceeding through its developmental journey in form on Earth, learning and believing that it is something other than what it came here to be. For instance, a baby hyena, told by parental figures that it really isn't a hyena. This baby hyena is forbidden to follow its natural inclination to frolic, to sharpen its teeth, to stalk prey, to run with the pack, to hunt in a group and make bizarre noises, or to chew the carcasses of animals it's killed. Instead, imagine the young hyena's parents telling it to stop all of that weird behavior, stop laughing and howling, to sit still while the other hyenas hunt. In other words, to believe that it's something that it's not. Can you see how absurd that sounds? Imagine that for any creature, any vegetation, any tree, any rose, any animal, that somehow its natural identity has been pushed aside and it's been told to become something other than what it was intended to be. In my estimation, this is what happens to us. We are taught a false self. Who we are is this divine piece of God, that which we originated from. Who we're told that we are, to me, has 6 components. I'll go through them rather quickly, and I call this the ambition phase of our life. The ego is that part of us that begins to believe that who we are is what we have. So we are taught to accumulate as much as we can. Remember, the Tao I spoke about talks to us about diminishing. The more you diminish, you set back, you leave things behind. But in this consciousness, what happens is that we begin to take stock of our value on the basis of how much stuff we accumulate. And we learn it as very little children. We learn that our toys are ours, and then we get a little older and we learn that our toys are bigger toys, these are ours, and we begin to identify ourselves on the basis of how much we have. And by doing so, we forget our authentic nature. See, the Tao says, let go. The ego says, more. The mantra of the ego is more. I never have enough. The mantra of the ego is always striving. I never get to arrive. And our evaluation of who we are begins to be determined on the basis of this accumulation fantasy that we have. When I left everything on May the 11th in 2005 and just walked out and handed that key to my secretary, Maya, and asked her to give everything away, everything. I mean, since that time I've realized some stuff that she gave away that I really need. Like, the only copy of my doctoral dissertation was in that room, and I forgot to take that with me when I walked out. And somebody got it someplace. Not that anybody's ever read it, or ever would. But every once in a while I reach back and I say, oh my God, I don't have my doctoral dissertation. My kids, I'm sure, would want to have that after I'm gone. And then I look and say, nah, they're not interested in my doctoral dissertation. But it was one of the more freeing things that I ever did in my life. It was to just stop identifying myself on the basis of how much of this stuff that I accumulate, how much can I hoard? Because we're really about the only creatures that really hoard. We want more than we even need, and to believe that we can't be happy unless we have more is really one of the definitions of insanity. To believe that I must have something that I don't have in order for me to be happy is a form of insanity, because you already don't have it and you have the opportunity to be happy. To believe that you have to have it, these are just thoughts. And these are the kind of thoughts that are a part of this, what I call the ambition phase of our life. Someone asked me the other day when I was talking about this in New York, but what about all of your ambition? What about the fact that you worked so hard and you went after so many things? And you accumulated so much, and you had these, didn't your ambition get you to where you are? And I said, ambition isn't the bad word. Because what happens as you begin to make the shift that we're heading towards here is that you become ambitious about something else, other than what's in it for you, or what can I have, or what's mine, or what can I accomplish. And who's to know, if I hadn't had that need for me to accumulate and to win and to get more money and all of this kind of thing, that I might have made much, much more of an impact and fulfilled my Dharma at a much higher level had I not been so consumed with my own ego for so much of my adult life, and even in the time of my being exposed to the public, to the media and so on for the last 35 or 40 years. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is that it was the journey that I took. The problem with this false self, belief that I am what I have, is that if I am what I have, then when I don't have, I'm not. It has to follow, doesn't it? So now what happens when my stuff is taken away, when I can't have it any longer? This is what happens when we hear nothing but all of the horror stories on the media about the recession and about an economy that is based exclusively upon growth, that we have to continuously be growing. Any concept in which growth and always having to become bigger is the guiding principle is one that is destined to destroy itself. There has to come a place. See, the Tao teaches a different word, and it uses it a lot. It speaks of something called contentment. And I brought along a wonderful quote by Shakespeare. Here it is. My crown is in my heart, but not in my head, nor decked with diamonds and Indian stones, nor to be seen. My crown is called contentment. A crown it is that seldom kings enjoy. From Shakespeare. The idea of contentment, the idea of being satisfied, the idea of knowing that you can be at peace in any moment without having to have anything else, and carrying around that idea is really a shift in your concept of yourself. Remember, this whole weekend is designed to have you re-examine your concept of yourself and what it is that is possible for you to attract into your life and what it is possible for you to be. And contentment is one of those things. The ego is never satisfied. The ego's mantra is constantly, I must have more, I must have more. And what I have is measured on the basis of what other people have. And this is the false self. This is the part of us, remember, where you came from and where you're going back to, there's nothing there. There's no thing there. I used to have a suit in my closet when I lived in Florida, and it was the only suit coat I had. And I had taken a razor to all of the pockets, and I'd sliced them all off. There was this coat shredded with no pockets in it. And anybody who would look and say, what the hell is that? Be the first thing I'd see every time I went into the closet. And I said, oh, that's just my reminder that the last suit you wear doesn't need any pockets. There's nothing for you to take with you. For me, the year that I spent here on Maui living the Tao, that was probably the great lesson for me, was to get to a place where hanging on to it and wanting more was gone. The mantra of the higher self, as you make the shift to meaning, is how may I serve? What can I do for someone else? How do you start your day? For me, the first words out of my mouth are thank you for everything. And then I always remember the words of Rumi as I go out in the morning to my yoga class or to go do my swim or to walk or meditate or whatever I do in the morning. You know, that sell your cleverness, he said, and purchase bewilderment. If you want to know how to do this, just get into a state of bewilderment. Find yourself back to what you were like when you were just a little unspoiled child. And how much joy I would take in watching my kids play with the box that something came in on Christmas, and have more fun with that when they were little toddlers than the crazy little plastic thing from Toys R Us that was going to be broke in a few days anyway. But boy, could they make a tunnel, and they could do all the boxes, and they could have the, you know, and just enjoy being in a state of bewilderment. So the first component for me of the ego says that who I am is what I accumulate. And you want to substitute that and work at just letting go. And it isn't that you have to give everything away. It's more our attachments. And our attachments are our beliefs that without this I can't be happy. That's the place that you want to get free of, or for me it is, to get free of it. That's the first component. The second component of the ego, of this false self, says that not only is who I am what I have, what I accumulate, and so I evaluate myself on the basis of how much stuff I have and how much it's worth and how it compares to others. And remember, we're talking about a false self here, because that's not the self you came from or the place you're returning to. The second component says that who I am is what I do and what I achieve, what I accomplish. And once again, we negate the Dharma. We think that if we don't accomplish something, that we're not valuable. We don't stop and say that who I am is valuable because I exist. And that's all I need to know that I'm worthy. That my worth doesn't come from how well I do, but we send our kids off to school and we teach them, don't we, that you're only valuable if you accomplish. And if you accomplish more, you're more valuable. And if you do it better than others, you're even more valuable. I told the story of my daughter Tracy, my first daughter, when she was in preschool. And she came home from school, and I was already the weird father, you know. She used to say, my friends all have their parents sit down and they read them, little nursery rhymes and so on. She said, my father read me Siddhartha, which I did when she was 3 years old. I would just read it to her, and she got very fascinated with it. And this is how I talk to her, and I'll always talk to all my kids. And she came home from preschool, and she had a gold star on her paper. And she was so proud of this gold star, and that's all she could talk about was this gold star. And she said, Daddy, 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 I got a gold star. And I said, well, for what? What did you do? And she said, we're doing, I think it was adding, she was 4 maybe. And I said, adding? You can do adding and you're only 4 years old? I can't believe it. 4 years old and adding. Do you know what that means? You know that money that you have on your table, you can cook and you can add it up? That's terrific. She said, Daddy, I got a gold star. I was the only one in the class that got a gold star. I said, and not only can you add up, I said, but when your mommy's cooking and that, you can add up the ingredients and you put, she said, the gold star, Daddy. I got a gold star. I said, oh, the gold star. I said, well, honey, let me tell you about the gold star. I said, I'm really not interested in the gold star at all. It has no appeal to me whatsoever. I said, teachers need to do this sort of thing, and some people sort of need that sort of thing. They need to be identified as better than other people, but I don't think you're any better than anybody else, and I don't think that anybody else is not as good as you because they didn't get a star and they haven't learned to add as fast as you did. It's no big deal. Just the fact that you can add is all I'm interested in. That's so terrific. And she walked away, and she was used to her crazy father saying things like this. I was a school teacher at that time myself. So about a month later, she comes home with another paper, and you can see there had been a gold star at the top, but it was taken off. And you can see her little thumbprints all around it and where the gold star had been. And she came in, and I said, what's this? And she said, we're doing subtraction now. She said, and I said, subtraction? I said, remember that money? And I took some, I put it in my pocket. I said, now you can figure out how much you don't have. I said, subtraction, that's so wonderful. And she went on, and she was so happy, this little thing. So finally I said to her, I said, what happened to the gold star? Or the star that was on there? I see there was a mark there. Oh, she said, I gave that back to the teacher. I said, well, why did you give it back? She said, oh, I told her to give it to someone who needs that sort of thing. I'm not interested. It's a true story. But do you see how much of our training is based upon this conception that your value is based upon how well you do? I'd never ask my kids for their report card. It's just never been a big deal to me whatsoever. And I've often told the story so many times of when I was living in the orphanage in Mount Clemens, and I came home from school, and I asked Mrs. Scarf, the lady that we lived with, what's a scurvy elephant? And she said, where did you hear that? I said, well, I heard Mrs. Poole, my third grade teacher, telling the principal that Wayne Dyer was in her classroom and that he was a scurvy elephant. And so she said, no, I've never heard of that. She got on the telephone and called the principal. The principal said, oh, that's Wayne. He gets everything mixed up. She didn't say that he was a scurvy elephant in her classroom. She said that he was a disturbing element in her classroom. And my great teacher, one of the great teachers of my life, Abraham Maslow, used to say that if you really want to reach self-actualization, you have to learn, first and foremost, to become independent of the good opinion of other people. To become independent of it, and not run your life on the basis of what other people have told you that you should be doing. E. E. Cummings, the great American poet with all lowercase letters, remember? To be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best night and day to make you just like everybody else means to fight the greatest battle there is to fight and never stop fighting. I don't use the word fighting, but I suggest to you that, and I wrote this out in here, ego training continues into adulthood, often eradicating any self-concept based on our divinity as a piece of God who came from non-doing and is headed back to non-doing. Ego training contributes to a self-concept that makes us shrivel into a feeling of insignificance at our meager portfolio in contrast to those who've achieved more. The truth is, we don't have to do a thing in order to validate ourselves as worthy and valuable. Had we done nothing but just be godlike, we'd fulfill our own dharma. Ironically, we'd most likely have created a larger and even more impressive resume had you allowed yourself to just be. You are not a human doing, you are a human being. And being means not identifying yourself on the basis of what you do or what you accomplish. The great irony of what I'm speaking about here is that when you get to this place that I'm speaking about, this place of non-doing, which most of our egos can hardly even comprehend because we've been so saturated with the belief system that if you don't do and accomplish and accumulate, then you're not valuable. So it's hard for us to imagine, how do you do without struggling, without striving, without working so hard. But just ask any great artist how they do it. You know, Picasso said that when I enter my studio to paint, he said, I leave my body at the door before I enter, the way the Muslims leave their shoes when they enter the mosque. And I just allow my spirit to be there. This talk that I'm giving to you right now is a non-doing talk. I don't know what I'm going to be saying 5 minutes from now or 3 hours from now, any more than the ball that you throw in the air has any idea of where it's headed. It just is. And that place is not a place of irresponsibility and not being respectable. Ironically, it's a place of great accomplishment. My most joyous moments in writing are when I'm not struggling, when I'm not trying, when I've let go. In the recovery movement, every one of you know what we say, don't you? Let go and what? Let God. Just allow the highest part of you to take over and become at peace with that. You've heard me tell the story on the PBS special of Ivan Illich. When I was 19 years old and heading off into the United States Navy, left Alameda, California, crossed the ocean, 29 days to join my ship in Yokosuka, Japan. And as I got on board that ship, my Uncle Bill handed me a copy of Leo Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Illich. And he said, read this before you get to your destination, which was Sasebo, and then I was to take a train up to Yokosuka. About 9 days out, I read it. And Ivan Illich was a judge in Moscow who went back and forth to work every day, hated his work, hated his life, hated his wife more than anyone, because he blamed her. He felt that she was the one who was responsible for his lot in life. She was the one that got him to go to law school. She was the one that was able to get him an appointment as a judge. And he detested all of that. He wanted to write music. He was Mr. Holland in Mr. Holland's opus. He had something that he felt a calling inside of him, but he just wouldn't allow it to come forth. And as he's lying on his deathbed, looking up at his wife, holding his wife's hand, this woman that he despised his entire life, his last words of the short story are, what if my whole life has been wrong? And he died. If you live your life by the ego, that could easily be your destiny, even if you have the grandest resume that anyone has ever seen. Even if you're filled with accomplishments and have a bank account that surpasses everyone else's. It's so interesting, because I can only speak about my own experience. At this time in my life, I say I'm 69 years old, and I have sex almost every day. Almost on Monday, almost on Tuesday, almost on... It's a joke, it's not true. And you don't need to be shaking your head over there either. And you don't need to be throwing up over there. So put her hand in her mouth. No, I think about at this time in my life, about this meaning phase that I want to get to. But I think about it in my own life, that here I am, 69 years old. It's hard for me to even say that I'll be 70 next May. And yet, here I am at a time in my life when everyone else is speaking about retirement. Both of my brothers are retired and just staying home and, doing very little. And I'm doing less and accomplishing more. I'm invited to do more. They want to pay me more than I could even imagine. I mean, they pay me more for an hour speech than my first 3 houses cost. Literally. I mean, come here and we'll give you this. And I'm so at peace with doing my yoga and swimming. And people would say to me, my gosh, you get a lot done. I mean, I just spoke in London last week, 10 days ago, and in New York, Chicago, LA. And yet I still feel like I have enormous amount of free time. I've just completed a book. I'm starting another one. It's all so easy. It's all so peaceful. Doing something like this, speaking for a couple of days, just coming up and taking the microphone and letting go and letting God and just allowing and knowing that it'll all work exactly the way it's supposed to. And I mean, I practice it in almost everything, that you can not be striving and struggling and trying to fulfill somebody else's idea of who you are and what you're supposed to be doing, and get much, much more done by doing nothing, by just letting go, by just allowing. But I'd like you to just sort of examine this idea of the false self and the Dharma, and think of that little hyena and how absurd it would be for its parents to try to teach it to be anything other than what it came here to be. And then think about your own parents, and you as parents, and how much interference you do in trying to teach them to be, and having been taught to be, something other than that calling that you have inside. And what is that calling? Do you listen to it? I mean, for me, it's so clear, it's so loud, it's so emphatic that you have to do it this way. And you can't let something else dictate to you what it is that you want to be if you want to be fulfilled. And what I tell my children is, how could I ever tell you not to follow your own dream when that's all I've ever done in my life? Even having been excoriated for doing so on many, many occasions. Because there are going to be people who don't like it, especially in your family. I've always said your friends are God's way of apologizing for your relatives, because your friends won't get upset with you for it. I love, there's a Dr. Seuss line, see if I can remember it, that says, do what you say, do what you say and do what you feel, because those who matter don't mind, and those who mind don't matter. Yeah, from Dr. Seuss. Third component of the ego says that not only am I what I have and what I do, and by the way, the problem with who I am is what I do. The big problem with who I am is what I do, especially in these economic times that we hear. And every time I do an interview anymore, that's all they want to ask me about is, but how can you say these kinds of things in an economy that is, and so many people are losing their jobs and so on. And I've always felt that losing a job is something you should be congratulated for. Seriously. I was at a radio station in New York a few years back, and they had just changed formats, and it was the last day that they were going to be a news talk, and they were moving into gospel format. And all of them were losing their jobs, about 25 people, and they were all gloomy and walking around. And each person I'd been say, "Oh, congratulations, fantastic." And so, well, how can you say that? I said, because it was time for you to get your ass out of here a long time ago. This is God's way of saying, okay, if you won't do it, I'll do it for you. I'm going to play gospel music all day. If you can handle that, then stay here. And I know that there's nothing funny about losing one's job, but I just took a piece out of the New York Times the other day, and it was by Thomas Friedman. And he was speaking in his editorial about the people who in these economic times were handling it versus the people who were totally immobilized by it. And he said the people who were losing their jobs and were being put out on the street were the people who were used to coming to work and having something handed to them and being told what to do. And these people, by and large, whether it was lawyers, whether it was medical practitioners, it didn't make any difference who they were. If they were in a place where they were being told what to do and handed their work and said, this is your work, and then when the work dried up, then they lost their jobs. But the people who were handling it, who were flourishing in this economy, were the ones who were thinking outside the box, who were already looking at how their life was going to be not impacted by this thing at all. And I've often said that of all the jobs that I've had in my life, and I've had many different kinds of jobs, even if today, if I were just taken out of what I do and just told, all right, you're going to go over to McDonald's and you're going to do the French fries, then I'm going to do the French fries with exuberance and with passion. And I'm going to be looking around at how I can move from French fries to the burgers, and how I can move from the burgers into perhaps what is that assistant manager really doing, and what is the guy, and who owns this place anyway, and how do you get yourself some stock in this place, and how do I... That's how I would be thinking, because it's how I've always thought. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. It's a quantum truth. And the world looks different. So if you're waiting for something out there to happen, then you're going to have a very tough time in an economy like this. They said, you can't do a seminar on Maui in an economy like this, what it costs to come here and so on, and 450 of you decided that you could figure out a way to get here, and I'm sure some of you don't have the money to do this, and somehow it showed up. I bet if I ask you to come up and give stories, somebody gave you a scholarship, somehow it worked out, somebody paid for it that you weren't expecting, you begged, you cried, you became a hooker, I don't know what you did. So the problem with who I am is what I do is the same as the problem with who I am is what I have. When who I am is what I do, when I don't or when I can't, then I'm not. And this is when you see depression. This is when you see suicides. This is when you see people jumping out of windows because they have lost their job. This is when you see people reaching what we call, quote, retirement age and feeling that they don't have any value anymore. This is when we notice that somebody coming up behind us can do it a little bit faster or a little bit quicker or has a different idea or is threatening to me and so on. This is why I've always said, and I can only tell you what my experience has been, I've always believed that if you're dependent upon somebody else for a paycheck, then you're never going to be free. I've always said it. It's like you got to figure out a way. I've had to figure out a way. I had tenure as a professor at a major university. So did my friend Ramdas at Harvard University. Richard Alpert, PhD, professor at Harvard University. Left it, went off to India, and had to fulfill his own dharma, had to do it his way, and became... Believe me, I wouldn't be up here today if it wasn't for him. So when I was an associate professor, but up for full professor with tenure at St. John's University in Queens in New York, I had to go down to the dean's office and I had to resign and give it up. And the Dean Sarah Fassenmeyer, said, you cannot leave. You are our upcoming star. You are this. You've already done textbooks. We want to have you. Can we offer you more money? Can we? All of these things. And I said no. I just knew that I couldn't continue to be there. And it had nothing to do with finances. In fact, I left it not even knowing. I had written this book called Your Erroneous Zones that no one had ever heard of. And I just decided that I was going to talk about it with whoever would listen in any city. And I bought up the first printing and the second printing and the third printing myself. Took them all across the country, distributed them myself, did 14, 16 interviews a day. My daughter Tracy traveled with me through all of that. It was just, it's like you get a calling and you pay attention. I was telling the story the other night, and it happened right here along this walkway out here. Anthony Robbins was doing a series of, it was maybe 15 years ago, on some kind of spiritual warrior series. And I would walk by every day because I was living at the Whaler, right down the street at that time. And I would just walk by, and people would recognize me and ask me if I would come and speak to their group. And I said, no, I said, I just live here in the summertime. I'm just walking by. This is where I walk every day. I meditate down here at the other end and down at Canoe Beach by the Hyatt. And they kept persuading me, and I said, well, if Anthony would like me to come and speak to his group, there were about 1,000 people there, I said I'd be happy to come in and speak. So I have him call me. And a couple of his assistants called, and I said, if Anthony wants me to speak, ask Anthony to call me, otherwise, so he called the next day and asked if I would come down. So I went there. My wife was with me. She was pregnant with our youngest daughter, Sage. So this was 20 years ago. She's now 20. And I was standing in the back of the room, and I noticed that they all had T-shirts on. And every one of the T-shirts said, if I believe it, I can. If I can, I must. So that was their slogan. So I got to the back of the room, and Anthony was up on the stage, much like this, only he's much more Hollywood and show business than I am. Smoke coming out and having somebody, some magical things happening, and he goes on and on and on and on. He was up there talking, and finally there was a chant in the room, and the chant was, "We want Wayne." My wife standing out there, this was in August, so she was about 7-8 months pregnant. And we want Wayne, we want Wayne. So he stopped and he took the microphone and he introduced me and asked me to come up and talk for 10 or 15 minutes. And I took the microphone and I said, I noticed that all of you are wearing a T-shirt that says, if I believe, I can. And if I can, I must. I said, I think you should add a line to your T-shirts that says, and if I don't, it doesn't matter. Well, I wasn't really well received. I was by the people, but one of my teachers was Albert Ellis, and who had rational emotive therapy. He was very instrumental in my doctoral training. He and Abraham Maslow, rational emotive therapy. And Ellis used to call this masturbating, I must do this, I must do that, I must do this, and people go through their lives masturbating. And then telling themselves, that if they don't, that there's something wrong with them and so on. Again, this is all part of the ego. I mean, the idea somehow, the collective idea that we all have to accomplish and we all have to do certain kinds of things. It's a meme, and I'll be talking about memes a little bit later. It's just one of those cultural things that we've bought into. And I will be just as proud of my 22-year-old son if he surfs for the rest of his life and teaches other people about surfing and talks about the joy that he gets about being out on that ocean. And when I watch him, he's a genius. This is his genius area. When he was 4 years old, we handed him a surfboard. And he went out right here. I'm at the Kanapali Ali'i next door. That's the only point on Kanapali where you can surf, where the waves come in from both the north and the south. And he was 4 years old. He paddled out on this thing at 4. And he stood up on that wave. He got a first wave. He just stood up on it, and he rode it all the way into shore. And no one gave him any instruction. No one. Is that not Dharma? Is that not something that, and the joy that, this guy, there's not a day goes by that he doesn't check what the waves are like all around the world. His first thing in the morning. He wakes up, he's on his computer. I said, what are you doing? Well, there's a swell starting in Indonesia. I said, Indonesia? That's going to take 4 days. Yeah, he said, by Thursday it's going to be here and they're going to be there. And he gets his board out there and he studies the waves. He doesn't study anything else, but he studies the waves, man. And he doesn't just ride the wave, he becomes the wave. He just loves surfing, and he's got wetsuits that, he does it up in northern Florida in water that's 45 degrees. He's out there surfing. This kid, surfing is his life, and he's in college, taking courses like business courses. And I said, come to Maui, be with me. I'd love to spend 3 or 4 months with you. There's no hurry, there's no rush, just be. So the problem with I am what I have and I am what I do is that as soon as a bad economy comes along, you're out the window as far as your consciousness, as far as your health, as far as your happiness. Third component of the ego says that who I am is my reputation. It's what other people think of me. Who I am is what other people think of me. And this, again, is something that we have been trained in and we train others to do. To go through life being consumed with how others are perceiving you. What you think of me is none of my business. But we are training ourselves to believe that what you think of me is something that ought to dictate to me what it is that I do. So here we have these 3 components of the ego in ambition. Who I am is what I accumulate. Who I am is what I accomplish. Who I am is what other people think of me. And you came from a place where you had nothing, you had to do nothing, and there's no one else out there to judge you. And that's what you're going to return to. So in this little parentheses in eternity, we've taken on a conception of ourselves as completely the opposite of our authentic self, being consumed with how you are looked at or viewed. And again, it's been one of the great lessons in my life, and one of the great lessons that I have attempted to teach all of my children, is that when they would say, so-and-so doesn't like me, my response would always be, do you like you? Not, let's see what we can do to get Billy to like you. Are you happy with yourself? Yeah. I once heard in one of Ram Dass's talks back in the 70s, and I heard him say, I finally got to a place where I realize there are no others. There are no others. I think I'm there now. I just don't see any others anymore. I mean, I got a lawsuit going on. I got people suing me over some silly little thing about something I wrote. It's nothing. But it's like, I just don't even see an other there. They need some money, give them some money. I got plenty of it. It's no big deal. And I send them, I just see love. And as I do that, these things just all dissolve. They just all go away. And when you start seeing the unfolding of God in everything and everyone that you encounter, you'll be living the first cardinal virtue, where you have reverence for all of life. There are no others. You're not separate from anyone. I love the Native Americans. No tree has branches so foolish as to fight among themselves. We're all branches on a tree called humanity. What are we doing fighting each other? And I see a shift taking place, by the way. I see a big shift taking place. I think one of the great things that happened politically in the last couple of years is when our president was nominated for the Nobel Prize. I was so thrilled with that. And everybody was saying he hasn't done anything yet. He hasn't done, this is all the criticism. We measure people on the basis of what they do, but everything starts with an idea. With our imagination, with an idea. And what he has done is given voice to an idea. Imagine a world with no nuclear weapons in it. Let's just imagine that, because if we don't imagine it, we can't create it. So we have to start with a thought. Imagine going to Al Jazeera, which is the voice of the Muslims, the radical voice of the Muslims all around the world, and giving his first speech as president and saying to the Muslim world, I want you all to know that America is not your enemy. We want to live in peace with you. Nothing like that had been said in a decade. And all of the talk is about how we can talk to our enemies, quote, enemies. In the Tao it says you shouldn't ever use the word enemy. There should be no concept of enemy within yourself. But we're willing to talk to those who don't agree with us instead of we're willing to bully them or to fight them. And it's not a political Democrat-Republican thing at all for me. It's an idea It's an idea. I mean, I'm going to be leaving this place soon. I've got children and grandchildren. You know, what are we doing with enough nuclear weapons stockpiled in silos and in submarines to destroy all of life as we know it for the next 1,000 years? What are we doing leaving our kids such a legacy? How can that be? How could we possibly have done that? And that's what we've done. And if you want to know what that would look like, just read Cormac McCarthy's The Road. I mean, I recommend everybody read The Road. It was an Oprah Winfrey Book Club selection, The Road. It's a father and son walking along, having a conversation about 15 years after a nuclear holocaust. And what their conversation is like and what the world has transformed into when there are no fish left in the sea and no birds in the sky and no plants and only a handful of people eating canned food that's still left over, and how they conduct themselves. Just like to have a vision like that, just the vision, that's enough for the Nobel Prize for me, because if enough of us start thinking with those kinds of ideas, the doing will come along. The doing will come along. But the doing will be based upon what kind of ideas that we have, not who we're going to fight and who our enemies are. Martin Luther King Jr. said that the only way to convert an enemy to a friend is through love. It has to be done through love. It cannot be done through violence. If you take your dandelions that come up in the fall on your grass with those little puff balls on them, you know, the little seeds on them, remember those? And you go out there with the back of a shovel and you start smashing and using violence to knock them all out and say, I just hate these dandelions. In the spring, you'll have 10,000 times more dandelions. Whereas if you go along and just gently remove the ones that, you know, and the same thing is true with how we try to deal with the people that we call our enemies. If we try to bomb them into submission, we create a whole new generation of people who are going to hate us even more and more and more. And ultimately it has to stop. And Barack Obama, when he was in college, wrote a paper about a nuclear-free world. It was a college paper of his. He had that vision as a young man. I don't think it's an accident that we've got to get this place free from that kind of a consciousness. The fourth component of the ego says that who I am is separate from everybody else. Who I am is separate from what's missing in my life. Separate from my stuff, the things I would like to attract. I'll be talking about this. It's an intriguing concept. There's a story told of a young boy who was an avatar in the 7th century. He was 6 or 7 years old. And everyone knew that this little boy was a God-realized being. People would be healed just by being in his presence. He would be seen in more than one place in the village at the same time. He would bilocate. And he had such a peace about him that everybody wanted to be closer to him and always felt so much more at ease. And people would come in front of him with illness and be healed. The elders in the tribe knew that this was God realized, this is an avatar amongst us. And they gathered with him one day and said to him, we'll give you an orange if you can tell us where God is. And he said, I will give you 2 oranges if you can tell me where God isn't. Now, think about that. Because when we say God, we're talking about spirit, we're talking about the Tao, we're talking about the force that allows all things to be. If there's no place that it's not, then it must be in you. And if there's no place that it's not, then it also must be in everything that you perceive to be missing from your life. It must be in that too. So if it's in you, and if it's in what you believe to be missing in your life, then it's simply a matter of realignment, isn't it? All you have to do is align with it, whatever it is. And what is it? It is that from which you originated. It is the highest place of you. It is you. You are already connected in spirit, in the Tao, in divine mind, with everything that you perceive to be missing from your life. This is such an important concept for you, and it has been for me, because I know this to be true. And I lived it virtually all of my life, but since 2005, since I did my year with the Tao and Change Your Thoughts, I know that I'm connected to every single thing that I would like to see attracted into my life. And all I have to do is figure out how to align myself to it, which means, as I said yesterday, to learn to think like God thinks, which is what Einstein's observation was when they asked him about quantum physics. He said, it's just details. I want to learn to think like God thinks. And thinking like God thinks means thinking away from your ego. And the sixth component of the ego, the fifth one was believing that we are separate from everything that is missing in our life. The sixth one is believing that we are separate from God. And that's the most egregious of all. So, this belief that we're separate from God, I mean, this is such a hard one for so many people. There's a wonderful little book called 3 Magic Words. 3 Magic Words. So you read the whole book, right? And you're still waiting for the 3 magic words. We're like, what are these words? I am God. I remember seeing a film of Sai Baba in India, and Sai Baba was, I think it was his 75th celebration. There were millions of people who had come to this little village in a place called Puttaparthi in India. And only a few thousand people lived there, but millions of devotees. This beautiful soul of a man who had the gift of fish and loaves, who could manifest vibhuti from his fingertips. And such an intriguing being, such a peaceful countenance about him. God on earth. And one of the reporters at the convocation there with all these people stood up and asked him a question. He was trying to embarrass Sai Baba. He was from Time magazine, I believe. And he looked at him and said, are you God? And without pausing, Sai Baba said, yes, I am. And so are you. He said in English, the only difference between you and I is that I know it and you don't believe it. That all of us, I mean, how could we not be God? What is the place that we came from? This nothingness, this oneness, what is that? What is that energy that is growing your fingernails and beating your heart right now? What is that is allowing the thoughts to process these sounds that are coming out of this microphone? What is that? What is this internal, invisible, divine intelligence? You know, that we can go inside and find the command center that says, I'm going to wiggle my finger. You know, it's just an amazing thing. I just have a thought. And they can even, the neurologist can go inside of my brain and find the place inside of my brain that's the command center that it says, wiggle your finger, invisible. And there I go, I'm doing it. It's just an amazing thing. Lift your foot, move this way, do this, do a dance. It's like, you're doing this all the time, coming from this invisible intelligence inside of you. We can find the command center, but there's no measurement device on our planet that can find the commander in the command center that says, I think I'm going to wiggle my finger. That commander in the command center, the God. And I wrote these words out in the shift. Believing that you're separate from God. The collective consciousness of humanity painfully and unnecessarily influences us by believing in and behaving like an ego-designed God. Those are my words. An ego-designed God. We've created a God out of our egos that matches our false selves. A few of the attributes of this ego-designed God are that it plays favorites, that it craves opulence, that it promotes killing and warfare in the name of God, that it accepts indulgences for special favors, that it punishes bad behavior, that it needs to be avenged. These and many other attitudes illustrated a God created by the illusions of the collective ego. Throughout history, this ego-designed or man-made God is characterized as separate from us. Who among us hasn't heard of God portrayed as a white, dead male with a long, flowing beard who floats around the heavens with supernatural powers, watching over us like a cosmic bellboy who will answer our prayers sometimes, depending upon his whims and whether we've obeyed his rules? This God is viewed not as an all-giving divine source, but rather as a temperamental superpower who withholds his ability to solve our problems or heals our diseases, depending upon whether he's in the mood to grant us special dispensation. This is a God of the ego, created by ego and dedicated to serving ego's demands. This is a God that must, by virtue of its own ego, be separate from the subjects that it must watch over, control, and punish when necessary. And that's what it looks like. This idea that we are separate from God, it's not blasphemy to say that I am God, which doesn't make me better than anyone else, because that's not the God from which we originated. The God from which we originated, the source of all things, is benevolent, is loving. It doesn't know how to make distinctions. The memory of God comes to the quiet mind. It cannot come where there is conflict. For a mind at war with itself remembers not eternal gentleness. What you remember is a part of you. For you must be as God created you, as your source created you. Remember, you didn't come from your parents. You came from the void. Let all this madness be undone for you, and return in peace to the remembrance of God still shining in your quiet mind. Ambition is that part of us that has taken on a false identity of who we are. And what I want to present is the word to in From Ambition to Meaning. To represents, if this is where I came from, even though it's a placeless place, if this is it, then all of what I've been talking about up until now is moving in this direction, away from our source. All of this stuff that we have taken on is a belief system that is keeping us from living what I call a God-realized life. In Australia, not too long ago, I was on the Tonight Show there, and the woman asked me the question, what is your mission? And I just blurted out, to live a God-realized life. She said, what does that mean? And I just thought, just thinking like whatever the source of all things thinks like, to be in alignment with that. Just to think that way, that's all. Just to think that way and act that way. That's what I'd like to do. That's how I'd like to live my life, whatever days I have. And as we now start to make the U-turn, we're going to come back and we start heading in a different direction. We start coming back to what T.S. Eliot said, we shall not cease from exploration. And at the end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place from which we originated and to know it for the first time. One of my favorite quotes is from Herman Melville, who wrote Moby Dick. And when I read it in college, I thought I was reading a book about a man chasing a whale. And now I realize, having read it again, that it's about a man trying to find himself and his passion, and to live his passion. And Melville would go out onto the, he lived in western Massachusetts back in the 19th century. And he would lie down on the cornfields in western Massachusetts with his head up so that he could get a vision of what it must have been like to be out there on that ocean all by himself. And all he could see was corn silk. I read this in a biography of Melville. And he would just stare at this, the immensity of this. I don't know if you've ever driven in the summertime across Nebraska and Kansas and Iowa, and you just see an ocean of corn, for 1,000 miles or more. It's just hard to imagine there could be that much. And that's just what he would imagine. And then he wrote these words. He said, "For as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all of the horrors of the half-lived life." I just don't think writing gets much better than that. Go to Tahiti. Find that place within. Go within and let the ego be scorched, as Ramana Maharshi put it. Where I'd like to take you next is to and then meaning, and then move into excuses. And what I want to present is the word to in From Ambition to Meaning. And to symbolizes the beginning of the U-turn. And the beginning of the U-turn is when you're coming home. It's when you start to leave the ego behind. I just don't know whether it's possible to just scorch that ego completely, as Ramana Maharshi recommends. I used to defend the ego as something that we all have, so why not just acknowledge it? And I hear that a lot in my talks. And then I began to realize that it wasn't something worth defending because it's an illusion. It's a belief system about who we are that you can't just check into a hospital and have an egoectomy. Just say, okay, you're taking out my tonsils, take the ego out as well. If that were the case, I would have a whole different opinion about it. I don't even know that it's possible to be in an egoless state and be in a body. I don't know. I find it hard to imagine. David Hawkins in Power versus Force and in The Eye of the Eye and so on, all of his great work, a man I admire enormously, as many of you know, speaks about the highest level of consciousness on the Hawkins scale, between 200 and 1,000, between 0 and 1,000, and 1,000 represents Christ consciousness, or Siddhi consciousness. And Christ consciousness is that level of consciousness. Patanjali put it this way. He said, when you are steadfast, now steadfast means that you never slip. Steadfast means that it's always the only thing that comes out of you. And I must say that I'm not even close to it. When you are steadfast, he said, in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed towards yourself and others, that all living creatures will cease to feel fear in your presence. When you are steadfast in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed towards yourself and others, that all living creatures will cease to feel enmity, he said, but it's fear or hate, in your presence. That's the essence of St. Francis of Assisi, where I went to do some writing on a spiritual solution to every problem, based upon the famous prayer of St. Francis, where he asks us to become instruments of peace rather than to seek it, and to bring love wherever there's hatred, to bring joy where there's misery. Can you be steadfast? I mean, they said that of Francesco. All that I've read about Francesco, St. Francis, after he had his quantum moment, that's all that ever came out of him. I like to think that I'm approaching it, but I find myself slipping back, every few minutes. Literally. A judgment here, a judgment there. Angry response here, it shouldn't be that way there. we've talked about from, this is from, right here. Ambition is all of this stuff moving away. It's almost like you can think of it as a clock. And the moment that you are born, both hands are on the 12. Okay? And then what happens is you begin to start moving away from yourself. The little hand stays at the 12, and you're the big hand. The big hand is moving, and it moves to the 1, to the 2, to the 3, to the 4, to the 5, to the 6. And this is the 6. This is when you're as far away from your authentic self as is possible for you to be. This represents for many people the low point, the time in their life when they have reached bottom, when there's no other answer other than, I know I'm going to die. That quantum moment which I'm about to speak about. So that's the 6, when you think about the clock, the face of the clock. Now, the clock keeps going. So now you start heading towards the 7. And as you head towards the 7, you're coming back home. This is what 2 is. You can either stay here and just stay stuck and live with all of the consequences of an ego-driven life. All of the fear, all of the ownership. The ego wants to own. It really wants to own things. I mean, it wants to own people. It wants to own stuff. It wants to own all the money. It wants to own all the things. It wants to own family. I heard David Simon. I spent a week with Deepak Chopra at the Chopra Center just after I got this diagnosis, and just went through a week of panchakarma, all kinds of wonderful treatments. David Simon was giving a lecture, and I was sitting in the back, and he told about Deepak's son Gautam, who went to Delhi, and he went into a movie theater, and he put his hat down on his seat, and he went up and got some popcorn, and he came back to watch the film, and somebody was sitting in his seat. And he said to the man, which is what the ego says, he said to the man in his seat, "Excuse me, but that's my seat." And he said, "How do you know it's your seat?" He said, "Well, I put my hat on there." And the man said to him, "According to your logic, if I put my hat on your car, it's mine?" I really love that story. Because we have this tendency to think that we own things. In fact, I wonder how many of you are sitting in the same seat today that you sat in yesterday. How many of you are? Let me just see by a show of hands. About half of you are. It's like this is my seat. And if if tomorrow you come in there and somebody's sitting in that seat, your ego's going to say, "Oh, wait a second. I was there Friday. I was there all day yesterday. What do I have to do to let you know this is my seat?" And we get into egos like that, isn't it? And so we're at the 7. And as we're at the 7, we start coming back. And we start on this trip back, hopefully to get to this place from which we arrived, and to know it, as T.S. Eliot said, for the first time without having to die. And this is the voyage 2. It's the U-turn. This is the only quote I put in this section, and it's one that I opened the film with, The Shift. I'm sure most of you know, but this is one of my all-time favorite quotes. It's one of the most quoted things that Carl Jung ever offered. It's from The Stages of Life. He said, "Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Worse still, we take this step with the false presupposition that our truths and our ideas will serve us as hitherto." But we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning. For what was great in the morning will be little at evening. And what in the morning was true will in the evening have become a lie. Now that really says a lot. That's a real big bundle to look at in your life. That the truths that you adopted and made your own while you were moving away from your source and taking on a false identity, the false self. I am what I have, I am what I do, I am my reputation, I am separate from everybody, I'm separate from what's missing, I'm separate from God. There's the ego. Me, me, me. And all my stuff is what identifies me. So you needed a big system in order to hang on to that, to substantiate that. And that system that you created to hang on to, I am what I have, I am what I do, I am my reputation, is a whole lot of things that in the morning of your life, while you are preoccupied with living your life this way, they serve you, they keep you continuing to move away from your source. The key thing here is to see that it's not about where you are. Like, there are people in this room who I know would like to lose weight. I've heard you talk about it, and I look around and I see it. You know, it's an obvious thing. There are people in this room who are closet addicts to different kinds of things. Many of them are prescription drugs. Many of them are illegal drugs. Many of them are your emails. Many of them are your caffeine, your nicotine, your whatever it might be. There are closet addicts all over the world. In fact, almost everybody has something like that. And it's something that that you hang on to and you defend with a system. Some of you would like to be able to attract much more abundance into your life. But you've created a whole system which defines for you the reasons why that can't happen and explains what it is that keeps you from doing it. And I'll be speaking about that in depth, and I wrote a whole book about this called Excuses Be Gone, which is not only how to learn how to think differently, which is what Change Your Thoughts is, what the Tao taught me, but how to look at patterns of behavior that I have had for a lifetime and see if I can do something to make that shift. It's not so much where you are with any of this, where you are with your level of abundance or prosperity in your life, where you are with being able to lose weight. Look, I taped a show called Excuses Be Gone. And I went home, that was in January this year, and they sent me a copy of the show. And it looked like when I watched the show that I had a bowling ball under my shirt. It did. And it still does, because we didn't shoot it over. Then there was no bowling ball. And there's no bowling ball now. Bowling ball's gone. But while I was there, wait, let me tell you, before you applaud, let me tell you, I looked at that and said, I'm going to go out across this country and I'm going to be lecturing people about how to rid themselves of excuses for patterns in their lives that they don't want to have, which for me was a bowling ball in the front of my, this looked like right here, under my shirt. So I made a decision that where I was didn't matter. The question is, and I say this to all of you, what direction are you headed? Are you coming home? Are you coming home? Or are you still heading away from your authentic self? Your authentic self did not come into this world to be fat. Your authentic self came from a place that we call well-being. That's how you showed up, in the perfect position that you needed to be. But somehow, Whether it's weight, for me, this wasn't weight. I'm 6'2". I can get by with that, and I could suck it in, and I could, and people wouldn't say this man is fat. Well, some people would. I know you wouldn't, but she would. But I looked at that, and then I decided that I was going to just change direction. I was going to come back to, I had all the excuses that you can think of. This is called man weight. I'm in my late 60s, for God's sake. You know, I see these people being interviewed. I see John Travolta being interviewed. He's getting thick. I see Tom Hanks on a talk show. He's thick. These people they're getting up there in their 50s and 60s, and when you get older, you get man boobs. That's just part of getting bigger and older, you know. And how many times have you heard people say this? This is just like you get older, you just get thicker. And everybody, I mean, look at Magic Johnson. I mean, you know, this man is thick, you know. And Charles Barkley and, you know, all of these guys, whatever. And I thought, that's a great excuse, but I've written a book called Excuses Be Gone. And I've got to give lectures. And I've got to be talking to people who want to get rid of their excuses about why they're carrying around this excess weight in the middle. I decided to change my direction. And I didn't quite know what I was going to do, but the next day, after looking at just the preliminary tape of that show, I was called to do an interview with a man named Jorge Cruz, who has written a book called The Belly Fat Cure. And I went over to his office, and he wanted a whole day. He writes for USA Today, Sunday magazine. And so I gave him a whole morning. And we went to a yoga studio, we did a yoga class, and I talked to him, and this guy's like a beanpole. You know, he's skinny as can be, he's 43 or so years old, shows me a picture of what he looked like once, and shows me this picture, and says to me, if you give up sugar for 30 days, you'll take off 20 pounds. Now, giving up sugar is, I know I hear some of you saying, you're ready for me to say, not an easy thing. It's a simple thing if you're heading back in the direction of well-being. If you're not heading back in the direction of well-being and you want to continue to move away, then you're going to stay with your excuses, you see. Now, this is true for many things. I'm just using this as an example. So he started telling me about, he said in the 1800s, the average amount of sugar consumed in the United States was 15 grams a day. Today, it's 285 grams a day. That's what's average in America. That's how much sugar is consumed. And he said 31% of our population is obese. 31% of our children are obese. That's 1 out of every 3 children categorized as obese. And he said, if we continue at the pace we're going, sweetening, sugarizing everything, within 1 generation, every single person in America will be overweight. Will be overweight. I really urge you to see this film that my daughter and I skywatched in Chicago last week before I spoke. It's called Food Incorporated. If you haven't seen it, just find it. Food Incorporated. It's like the business of how the food that we eat has been tainted and changed. And sugar is one of these things. So he told me, keep your sugar grams below 25 grams a day, if you can do that, 25 grams a day. Now, a banana has 11 grams of sugar in it. A glass of orange juice has 40 grams of sugar in it. A Coca-Cola has 45 grams of sugar in it, a 12-ounce can. Now, think about this. This is a 12-ounce can of soda. Now, any of you who've ever done cocaine? Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Yeah, all of you out there, yeah. Think about 45 grams. Those little bags, you know, little white bags. Come on, you act like you don't know what I'm talking about. There's no cops here. All right? 45 of those poured into 1 glass of sugar. 45. That's bag after bag after bag after bag. That's 10, 10, 10, 10, and 5. And that's in 1 soda. Slice of bread, most slice of bread, 5 grams of sugar. The cereal that you eat in the morning, a cup And now what they've done is they've changed the serving size so that instead of it being a cup, it'll say a third of a cup or whatever, so that it doesn't look like you're getting as much sugar. So you don't have to, you make a conscious decision that you're changing direction. You're now making a U-turn. You're coming home. And as you're coming home, you start acting on the direction that you're going. And that's the question I have for you as we talk about T-O. What direction are you going in your life? With your health, with your relationships, with your finances, with whatever. What direction are you headed in? Are you coming home? Because when you start coming home, you behave in a different way. And you stop telling yourself that I can't do this. And you stop with the excuses like this is just man weight and these are man boobs and what's 20 pounds for me anyway? I'm 6'2", I can handle a couple of 100 pounds. So I weighed 213 pounds. I now weigh 190 pounds. And I took off 23 pounds in 29 days without trying. And guess where it all came off? Right around the middle. Right here. That's the belly fat cure. Give it a try. When you go shop for your cereal in the morning, go through and just start looking at how much sugar you're putting into your body. And if you want to pick up a book about this, read The Belly Fat Cure or read Sugar Blues. Because it will tell you not only what you are doing to your body, but what you are doing to your mind as you put this poison into your system. And if you don't believe it, those of you who have children, you know that all you have to do is give them a few M&Ms if you want to see insanity just prevail right in front of you, right? Corn syrup is sugar, and I'm talking all sugar. So for me, it was eliminating orange juice, or if I was going to drink orange juice, instead of an 8-ounce glass, which has over 40 grams of sugar in it, bringing it down to 2 ounces and then diluting the rest of it and so on, so that I only get, because I'm trying to keep below 25 grams of sugar. Now, in the belly fat cure, he talks also about combining carbs and all that. It's too complicated. I just don't want to count stuff all the time. I don't want to be bothered with all of that. I know what has sugar in it, and I know Uncle Sam's cereal doesn't have sugar. Uncle Sam's is the only cereal other than some shredded wheats that I've been able to find that doesn't have any sugar in it. A glass of skim milk has 11 grams of sugar in it, and that's for 6 ounces. So what do you use as a substitute? Almond milk, unsweetened almond milk. Unsweetened, 0 grams of sugar. Tastes exactly like cow's milk. What is cow's milk designed to do? It's designed to take a little creature that weighs 40 pounds or so when it's born and turn it into 2,000 pounds within a year or two. That's what cow's milk was designed by God for. Truly. And we feed this to ourselves and we just talk about how great it is for us and all of that. What in the world? We're the only creatures who drink somebody else's milk. And it's loaded with sugar. So I just became conscious of not eating sugar. And people say, well, what do you eat? Whatever it is that doesn't have sugar in it. Old tires? I'll chew on it, all right? No. Look at soda. What are we doing with soda pop machines in schools? What are you putting children put 50 cents into a machine and out comes 45 grams of sugar for them to drink. And if they're drinking some of those sodas, there's up to 70 grams of sugar. If you go to Jambalaya, Jamba Juice, whatever it is, they have drinks there that have 99 grams of sugar in them. 99 grams. That's 5 times the amount of sugar you should have in one day, in one drink. Imagine a big gulp. You know, the 64-ounce, whatever it is, and if you want to substitute no sugar in your sodas, the worst thing that you can possibly put into your body beyond sugar is aspartame and saccharin. Diet sodas are even more poisonous to you. And all you have to do if you want to understand that is do a kinesiology test and hold some saccharin next to your heart and just see how weak it makes you. I've done it many, many times. Read Power versus Force. So at any rate, what I'm saying to you, and truly, if you get nothing else out of this entire seminar, this may be why you came here. This is a life-saving thing. And the interesting thing about it is, as you get over here and you decide to change direction, and you just make that conscious choice, and I'd ask you to do that. You know, just make the decision. I'm going to change direction. I'm heading back to T-O, to a life of meaning. And that's it. And then just watch and see what begins to happen as you say, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. And as you start coming home, the right people, the minute that I saw myself on the video, and it shows all over the country, still couldn't reshoot the thing. It's too late. It's out there. And if you watch it, you've seen it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Did you notice a difference when I walked in here? Just a total difference. And it's been the easiest thing. There's nothing difficult about this at all. This isn't some starvation, oh, I can't get through this is going to be difficult things. You just start eating avocados. And you just start eating vegetables that taste good. And you eat very little animal protein. And you eat salmon and salads. And the other stuff, now I look at those desserts, those, all the gushy things that have hundreds of calories in them and more than that have sugar in them. And just the slightest taste of sugar. Somebody handed me a mint, and I forgot, and I just took the mint, and I had to spit it out because my head started to split just from the instant. Your whole person, everything changes. The universe starts to work with you when you start coming home. The interview that I had with Jorge Cruz was sent to me by God. And now, I'm going to go through my 60s, and so they're almost done, and my 70s, and whatever time I have left, I'm going to go through without man boobs. I'm going to go through it and not be somebody who says, as you get older, you get thicker. That is an excuse. And this is all about not having those kinds of excuses. A simple little decision like that, and just watch yourself. Just watch what you're putting into your body, and notice. And if you start counting the grams of sugar that you're putting into your body, most of you who are dramatically overweight in this room probably are eating 500 grams of sugar a day. Probably 500 grams of sugar a day. And if you can cut that down to 30 or 25, I'm telling you, people would see me, it would be every day. They would say, what's your problem? Have you got AIDS? What happened to you? You're looking thinner. How come? But you look better. You look stronger. And it just became sort of a reinforcer. And that was, so it's now 5 or 6 months. It's just a way of life now. It's just a way of life for me. I just look at whether it's got a lot of sugar. If it does, I look for an alternative. There was somebody else had a comment. Yes, go ahead.
I'm a registered nurse and I have my own practice. I specialize in nutrition and stress management. And I will tell you, if people do it for any other reason besides weight, if you have any disease process that you're suffering from, as in
leukemia,
what you're doing.
For sure. It loves sugar. Cancer loves sugar.
Absolutely. And it thrives off of it. And we're talking asthma. We're talking all kinds of different disease processes. I'll take patients off of nothing but sugar, and they think I've worked a miracle because it's decreased the amount of inflammation in their body. So if you do it for another reason, do it because you're facing other things.
And mentally, the depression, so much depression in our country. Can you imagine? It's difficult to be depressed if you're not eating sugar. It's difficult to be depressed because you start feeling so good about yourself and about your life and about your body.
Exactly. And addicts will replace their addiction with other things. And when they replace it with sugar, it actually harms their body just as much and keeps it in a turmoil.
People who go on cocaine binges, when they finish with the binge, they will usually eat a couple dozen jelly donuts. Just go after as many pastries and danishes and things as they can possibly get into their system. So it's just replacing one form of poison with something even more poison. And there's a huge industry out there, a huge food. If you look at Food Incorporated, it's a huge industry. All right. So I just outlined a few things that I wanted to, what I call first is the signposts. The signposts of a new direction when you're starting to head home. Coming to a seminar like this and spending a weekend listening to the kinds of things that we are doing here and talking about is pretty indicative of an inner desire within each and every person in here who's committed to this. What it is an indication that you are heading in a new direction in your life and you just want some guidance on staying on that path. Here are some of the signposts of a new direction. And this is what I noticed. I noticed it particularly when I started doing the Tao. But I noticed that even back in my 30s and 40s, there was a time when my ego was very, very large. In fact, it cost me my marriage in many ways. I can remember calling my wife when erroneous zones was so huge back in the 70s and 80s, and asking her where was I on the bestseller list the following week, because she had a connection to the New York Times, and she would call them. She said to me, "You're not on the bestseller list next week." And I said, "Oh, what are you talking about? I was number one the week before, and I've been number one for 9 weeks or something." This is where my head was at that time. And I said, "I couldn't just drop off." She said, "You're not on the bestseller list next week." I talked to them. She said, "Your book is on the bestseller list next week. But you're not." And I mean, I can now stand up here and talk to you from the perspective of where my ego was at one time and the direction that I was taking versus where it is today. There was a time when I could dominate every conversation, no matter where I was, no matter who I was with, and if I was with my wife or whatever. And I could be glib and verbal and use quotations and talk and get people to gather around and endlessly take the spotlight. Today I find myself hardly ever talking, other than speaking as I do now, because I love to talk to you and do this. But in conversations and with my children and whatever, I just love to sit back and watch and listen and observe and notice. And I think, well, I could change the conversation of this, and I could make it go over here, and I could this, and I could introduce a little funny story there, and I just sit back and I just sort of become the watcher, become the observer. Ego's repetitious insistence on ambition becomes less attractive. That's the first signpost. Your ego is less insistent on having attention placed on it. Secondly, doing less, not more. Letting go and letting God becomes easier for you. Practicing non-interference. Boy, when I was writing Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life and living that part of the Tao, I remember reading one of the verses and thinking, it says, great sages do nothing, and because they do nothing, they get so much more done. And I just couldn't wrap my head around that, or my consciousness around that I could do less and get more done. I mean, we've grown up in a world where you have to go out and do more in order to get more. It says in the Tao, great sages accomplish great things by thinking small, rather than thinking big. That a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And the great sage just thinks of the single step and where they are. But doing less. And so I would read these verses, and then I would study and memorize them, and then try to live it for 4 days. And in the half day that I had in between is when I would channel the essay that I wrote for that book on how to apply that Tao, called Doing the Tao Now. There were times when I would still be in the third day, and I didn't have it yet. I couldn't get it. How can you do that? I remember one day going out, and I swim, because the ocean is so healing for me. And in my swimming, it finally hit me that I could do less and get more done. And so I decided on this day that I was trying to understand that verse of the Tao, that I was going to swim without trying, without using any effort. And I was just going to let my body do what it knew how to do. And I was going to keep my interfering mind completely out of the way. Which is what I think great masters do. This is what I think Michael Jordan does, or did, on the basketball court. It's what I think a Tiger Woods does. Like, people who reach these exalted high levels of achievement get to a place where they're not really doing it. I've experienced it in giving lectures. I've been doing this a long time, 3.5 decades. And there have been times when you get into what is called a zone. And in this zone, nothing can go wrong. I've had it, I used to play competitive tennis a lot every day. And I can remember matches where I was in such a zone that it didn't make any difference. I was not trying to do anything. I was just gliding across the court, and I had the wind on my side, and I just knew that I couldn't miss. I used to go out with my son and shoot baskets out in the backyard, and every once in a while I'd get in the zone. I just feel it. I can't miss. Just give me the ball. I can't miss. There's no way I can miss out here. And 10, 12, 13, 14 in a row, and you get into that zone where you're not doing anything. You're just letting yourself be. I now find I can do that in yoga, which is a practice that I have almost every day. But I know in my yoga practice when I can get more done by doing nothing. Does this resonate with you? Does this make sense to you? Can you nod and let me know, because this is a very hard thing to describe. I can tell you in the things that I do well. Writing. I've always had it in my writing. I've always just known how to write it. When I would take a class, in fact, I used to take classes at the university where I knew that the exams were going to be essay rather than multiple choice. Because I always feel multiple choice tests punish the people who know the most. Because there's two that could or couldn't be right. And usually, if you know a lot, you can make a good case for either one of those answers. And you're kind of guessing and wondering, I wonder if he's thinking of it that way, the test maker, or this way. But when you're writing an essay, you can just lay it on. You get to a place where you're not trying so hard, but you're not failing at anything. You're just producing results, and you're not willing to judge the results, and it gets easier, trying less. I wonder if you've ever had the experience of going out and running or exercising to a point where your body is really sweating, but you're really in a hurry, and you've got to take a shower. You're anxious, you're upset, you know you only have 5 minutes, you want to get a shower because you want to be clean, but you're rushing right through the shower, you finish the shower, you towel off, and what happens? You're just as wet as you were before you went into the shower, you stink just as bad. Whereas if you were to take that same 5 minutes and take the same shower, only instead of being rushed and anxious and get all upset about it, you would do less. You would just let the water run over your body. And you would take a few deep breaths, and you would just be at peace with it. And you step out of the shower, and you dry off, and you're ready to go. That's what I'm talking about. Hard to define, hard to get specific about it. But as we do, you begin to understand what I mean by two. You begin to shun the spotlight. You begin to practice what the Tao taught me to practice, which is radical humility. Not taking credit. Giving other people credit, not needing to have other people tell you how wonderful you are, just simply practicing what the ocean teaches us. Stay low and let everything come to you. Unity begins to replace separation. Conflict then is eliminated. Remember, the mind at war with itself can never know God. Because knowing God means knowing oneness. And oneness means nothing to be in conflict with. You cannot be in conflict when you have oneness. There's only one. And we begin to see ourselves as connected to everything. Now, also on this voyage of two, and I just have to speak a few moments about this, it is what I call the fall. Virtually every spiritual advance that I've ever made in my life has been preceded by a fall of some kind or another. And I think you can expect a fall. And when you're in one, when you're in a low point, when you're struggling, the Tao says that built into all misfortune is good fortune. And built into all good fortune is misfortune. So that when you're in a place of misfortune, low, your relationship isn't working, the finances aren't coming, the news about your body, the medical diagnosis, things aren't the way you want them to be, all of the falls. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross had a wonderful quote. She said, if you shield the mountain from the windstorms, you'll never see the beauty of the carvings. My friend Suzanne Upshaw sent me a card with a letter in it, as she does now and then. This is it. And I tweeted this, or whatever the hell that thing is that they do out there. Tweeted on Twitter, is that what it is? Yeah, anyway. I don't do it, but somebody does it for me. They call me and talk to me and ask me what I'm doing. I said, I'm on the toilet. Let's put it on the internet. Let's tell people about that. Whatever. The most beautiful stones have been tossed by the wind and crushed by the water and polished to brilliance by life's strongest storms. Isn't that good? The most beautiful stones have been tossed by the wind and crushed by the water and polished to brilliance by life's strongest storms. So the idea really isn't to try to eliminate the storms of your life. The idea is to learn how to sing in the rain, how to dance in the storms, and be willing to go into the storm, which is what I'm doing with this physical thing that I got going on in my body. It's, to me, another one of those great challenges and great opportunities for me to see if I can perhaps experience something that I'll be able to then go out and teach other people with, and that seems to be what I've done with every fall that I've taken in my life. When my wife met another man and left me after 20-some years of marriage, I was beyond devastated, and that fall allowed me to probably do my most compassionate and important work, Power of Intention and Inspiration, 10 Secrets for Success and Inner Peace. All of those came out of a depression. Not an immobilizing depression, but a sense that I was losing something so important, so valuable to me. Wasn't losing my children, never happened. And today, my wife and I are absolutely best of friends. We're still married. But she lives with someone else, as do I. And I think of that storm and how much it taught me and how great my writing became and how impactful my life journey became as a result of that. I couldn't even be up here talking about this. Even more profound than that was my relationship to my first wife, Judy. And we have a daughter who is 42 years of age. And it had been 34 years since Judy and I and Tracy had been in the same room in a friendly environment. 34 years. And I was speaking in Tampa at an I Can Do It conference, and I saw Judy for the first time in 20 years at least. She had remarried. She was married for 27 years. Her husband passed away, and she was there. And the only times we've ever even spoken were just about some kind of maybe financial thing that had to be handled or something that was involved with us. But by and large, we had just gone different directions. And she was sitting right there. And the room had at least 3,000 people in it. And I said to her, I said, I would like to say to you in front of all these people that you were a much better wife to me than I was a husband to you. And I would like to apologize to you for my infidelity, for my lack of concern for who you are as a woman, and what a great mom you have always been to our daughter. And what I learned in these years that we have been apart is that true nobility is not about being better than someone else. It's about being better than you used to be. And I can assure you, as I sit up here today and have all these people listening, that I'm better than I used to be. And I love you for being the mother of our child and for being my wife for the time we were together. That's what I said. And yeah, thanks. And so these storms in our lives help us. It's like I was really saying, can you forgive me? Because forgiveness, as Mark Twain said, forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heel that has crushed it. On the heel that has crushed it. And as we move back in the direction of coming home, forgiveness becomes a very big part of our life. I have 8 children. They're all alive. They're all healthy. They haven't been abused. They haven't. But, I've had a daughter who's been in prison and is addicted to, has been addicted to prescription drugs. And she's in a big club in this country of millions and millions of people. And we keep manufacturing them and throwing things out there at them, Adderall and all of these Oxycontins and so on, all of these legal things and that young people get themselves addicted to and don't know how to get past it. But through all of that and all of those struggles with my daughter, and I've told stories, and she's always given me permission to talk about it if it'll help one other person. So it's not anything that we keep private. She's on a great path now, but through it all, through all of those pathways of years and years of dealing with someone out of control, I tried not to let it be something that would immobilize me. That would make me a better person, a better father, a better man. I always said there's 3 ways to enlightenment. The first way to enlightenment, I call enlightenment through suffering. And enlightenment through suffering is I am going to go through this experience. I can think of it from drinking, for example. And then I'm going to get through it, and then I'm going to look back on it. And as I look back on it, I'm going to realize after 10 years or so the benefit that I had in that. And I am going to grow from having suffered. It's enlightenment through suffering, which is not anything I recommend. But it's mostly the way that most people take. So we go through these storms and all of these difficulties and all of the stuff that we have to go through, and then we get to a place where we look back on it and we say, now I know why I had to go through that. Now I know why I went through those addictions. Now I know why I went through those horrible relationship things, and I was always trying to be right and not being able to work it out. Now I know why I had to go through the poverty. Now I know why the accident came about. Now I know why the fire that destroyed this. I know why the illness came about. You think for a second that I don't take this illness thing that's going on in my body and know that there's something profound in it to teach me? As long as I'm here, Richard Bach said, here is a test to determine whether your mission on this earth is finished. If you're still breathing, it's not. I just know that up to the last breath, there's still a dharma to be activated and to be worked on. So this is just another part of the dharma. That's what it is. And there's been many of them for me. And I expect there will probably others. But I don't do it by what I call enlightenment through suffering any longer. I go a different direction now. And the direction that I go is the next level of enlightenment. And the next level of enlightenment is while you are going through the storm, instead of saying, someday I will realize why I had to go through this, and I'll look back on it, and I will benefit from it. Instead of that, what I do is say, what's the lesson in this for me right now? What is it that I've attracted? Why have I attracted this into my life again? And I am going to get the lesson without having to go through a long period of suffering in order to understand it and explain it. So that's the second level. And that's one I would recommend to you as you start coming back to your place of origin, as you begin to reconnect to your source. I think that there is a way, there is a possibility of going through the things that we are told we're supposed to suffer from and not suffer at all. I think there's a way. I don't say that I'm there, but I remember reading Islands in the Stream by Ernest Hemingway. And I remember in that story, he was talking about his son who was in the Spanish Civil War in the 1930s. And he had just found out that his son had been killed and just received the notice he was in the Caribbean. And that night, he went out and he was dancing with someone at a dance when he had just lost his only son. And someone said to him, "How could you possibly be dancing and celebrating tonight with the news that you've just received?" And he said in the novel, "Sooner or later, I'm going to have to get over this, or it will take me too. I have picked sooner." Now, I'm not saying one way is right and another way is wrong. I am saying that suffering as a way to enlightenment is way overplayed. And when you really get good at getting into the moment and being here now, as Ram Dass says, living from this moment and being just completely engulfed in it, whatever it is that your pain is, whatever you're thinking about, whatever, there's a saying that says, "I'm an old man and I've had many troubles, most of which have never happened." And most of the troubles and the suffering and the things that they are really thoughts, that all this suffering that you went through, that it was all thoughts. It was just all thought. That we become what we think about, whether we want it or not. I mean, that's really the beauty of the work of Esther and Jerry Hicks and Abraham, is the power of our thoughts to be able to align ourselves in such a way, which is going to be a big focus of tomorrow's presentation. This whole idea of reconfiguring our way of processing things in such a way that we don't have to suffer. Because I'm going to go to a third point. I haven't even gotten to the third one yet. Everybody has a story. Everybody has something that takes place that they wish hadn't taken place. We still have within us the capacity, as Abraham often says, my not eating because there are children starving in Africa is not going to feed one child. My feeling guilty, like you can't get depressed enough to undepress another person. You can't get sad enough to make somebody else happy. But you can present yourself as a person who is aligned with Source in such a way that you are a God-realized soul, that when you are around a depressed person or a starving person, you give them hope. And that's what we need, is people who have a sense of hope and can elevate themselves because of the example. The third way to enlightenment, remember, the first is enlightenment through suffering. So you go through your long period of time, you look back, and now you're in the moment, and you look at it and say, even though I'm suffering, I am going to get the lesson in this and going to act on it now rather than going through another 10 years, because you only get 3 or 4 of those 10-year periods, and it's like flatline time, you're leaving, all right? But the third one is one that has always intrigued me, and that is what I call enlightenment by getting out in front of it and stopping it before it gets to you, anticipating it. As you get to a level of awareness that is so aligned with God, where you're thinking from a spiritual way at all times, seeing the unfolding of God, practicing reverence for life, the things I'll be speaking about when I speak about this meaning phase. As you get and begin to start to elevate your consciousness and do what I remember I quoted Vivekananda. You know, it's like, watch the blossoms in the springtime. The blossoms vanish of themselves as the fruit grows. So too does the lower self vanish as the divine grows within you. So as the divine grows within you, it takes this container that you are, and more divinity goes in, and it pushes out the lower self. And the more of this divinity, this consciousness, this reverence for life, this approach to living, which is based on giving rather than what's in it for me, as you do that, Patanjali put it this way. He said, when you are inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all of your thoughts break their bonds. Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new and a great and a wonderful world. And then he said, dormant forces, faculties, and talents come alive. Dormant forces, that is, forces that were dead to you, they come alive. And you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. That's from Patanjali, the father of meditation, 2,300 years ago. So, as you begin to become inspired, living in spirit, and are practicing all of the things I've been talking about, and they become your way of life, where you just see the unfolding of God, where you're not trying so hard, where you're letting go and letting God, where you're just living from that perspective. What Carl Jung called it, he coined the term synchronicity. He said, what happens as you begin to elevate this, your intuitive nature begins to take over, and you begin to attract the right people and the right events and the right circumstances in your life. They just show up. And the right people, like when I decided to give up alcohol, when I decided to give up experimenting with certain drugs in my life, I remember still being tempted to go back to it. But as I was changing my conception of who I am, my concept of myself as a person, I would attempt to go back. I would find that the person that I was supposed to get the drugs from didn't show up. That it was like there was one more obstacle put between me and getting it, something that I didn't want to have anymore. Because addiction is nothing more than you never get enough of what you don't want. You never get enough of what you despise. And instead of my just going and making it easier, there'd be one more step, and then there'd be another step, and then I'd have to pause. And before you know it, it would be over. The temptation would be gone. And the right people would begin to show up. That's an extreme example. The example that I use all the time is in my writing. When I am at this space that I'm speaking about here with you today, I can't even tell you how shocking it is. It still shocks me, even though it happens every day when I'm writing. It's like I get stuck or just not sure, and I have hundreds, thousands of books around. I gave them all away in 1960 or 2005, and they're all back. I mean, people, publishers send them, people send them to me, I get them and all of that. And so if you were to go next door and go into my writing space, I have a place that is just for my writing. It's just loaded with books. They're all over the place. I just stop, I'll have a candle lit, I'll take a couple of deep breaths, I'll just reach over, I'll pick up a book, I'll open it to the page, and exactly what I needed, exactly, I mean, and I will then go on and write for another 30 pages. And if it happened once in a while, I would just say, well, booga, 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 you know, these kind of things happen. It's a little weird, but maybe Jung was right. But you get to a place where synchronicity becomes an energy, and you begin to trust in this. So now you can see it coming. And you get out in front of these things that used to cause you suffering, that you used to have to deal with in the present moment. And now, when they're on their way, you can deflect them. You can make them go away. In the Tao, they talk about certain people who the arrows cannot penetrate, who the claws of the panther, I think he uses in there, cannot scratch them. There are people who just, we call them lucky, whatever it might be. Bad things don't happen to them. And I know there are people that bad things do happen to, and I'm not saying that they're at fault for it. But I am saying to you that you can get yourself to an energy where you can deflect that. I was a runner. I ran 8 miles a day every single day. I'm not obsessive. Every single day for 22 years without missing one day, ever. And then I missed one day because my wife said she didn't think I had the balls to do that. And so I had to prove to her that I could not run one day. And then I ran for 7 more years without missing a day. 29 years I missed one day of running. 8 miles, okay? And I ran through neighborhoods. I would run in Central Park, and I'd get off in the wrong place. All of a sudden, I'm up in a place where I don't know where the hell I'm up in Harlem running around. I don't know what's going on out here. People are starting to look at me like, who is this guy running here at nighttime? I was in Egypt running, and I had dogs chasing me. Literally, I mean, it's like, and I always felt protected. I always had a knowing that the energy that I had out here was not something that I was going to try. And if I looked out there and I saw a group of guys out there and I thought, well, this is probably not a good place for me to be running by with my little shorts on in the middle of the night with my wallet hanging out saying, you know, take my money. I would read the signal, and instead of debating and wondering and all, I would just, your intuition begins to kick in when you get to a God-realized place, when you start practicing the things I'll be speaking about in the morning, which is when you start living a life of meaning and practicing reverence for life. The right people, the right circumstances begin to show up, and you start to trust in it. I'm not arrogant about it, but when I write, I know that God writes all the books, delivers all the speeches, and builds all the bridges. I know that. I know that I am not doing it any more than I'm giving this talk right now. And this is just, it is just coming out of my mouth because I don't even know where it's coming from. Where are these words coming from, and how come I have them? That Patanjali quote that I just gave you, and the other one that I just gave you, I haven't said that in 2 or 3 years. Why is it there? How come I use it at that moment? What? You just start to trust in it. And then you get to a place where you're in conversation with someone, and you can eliminate virtually all conflict in all of your relationships. You just practice those 4 words. You're right about that. You know, that's a good point. Thank you for sharing. I never thought of that way before. Boy, you're really smart. Thank you for doing that. You're right about that. That's great. Instead of the ego taking over. And then you can start anticipating, all right, this is what she's saying. Now, she's saying it again. This is the 4th time she said that. She gives me this shit every day. I know she's wrong. I know that she's wrong. And then you start thinking, and you stop yourself. And you just put your finger over your mouth, and you stop yourself symbolically, and you say, if I say this, she's going to say that. And then when she says that, I'm going to say that back. And then I'm going to say that, and then she's really going to get pissed. And we're not going to talk for 3 days. Now we're going to go through a freeze-out. There's going to be no sex. Whatever. And you can do all of this in 4 seconds. You just play. You're out in, you see what I mean? You're out in front of it. And you play the whole scene out, if I were to do this, and then you step back. So by what I'm saying to you is, these are the 3 levels to reach yourself when you're coming back. And when you get to this top place, synchronicity begins to kick in, your intuitive nature begins to take over, because you're now aligning with God. And that's, you know, they say if prayer is you talking to God, then your intuition is God talking to you. That's Spirit speaking to you, saying, keep your mouth shut. Avoid this conflict. You don't have to go there. It's going to, play it all out. You've already done it before. Get to a place in your relationships where you just number it. It's like 17. All right, that means I'm late. I shouldn't have been. I should have called, but I didn't call. You're going to tell me you never have consideration for me, and I'm always doing everything. 17 or whatever. And you don't have to play it out anymore, and you can literally shift. And this is what I was speaking about, even in conversations these days that I have with my family, at restaurants and all of that. I'm constantly being able to use my mind in a way to say, just step back. Keep your ego out of it. Just allow. Just watch. Just enjoy. Let them take over. If they want to know something from you, they will. Interject over here if you want to, but, just practice some humility, some radical humility. And the final thing about this journey back, I talked about it in the film, is called the quantum moments. And these are moments in our lives that really shift us, and they almost always come after a fall. So you have the fall. When I was in high school, in Denby High School, I was on the track team, and I was the high jumper on the track team. Now, I'm white. So that tells you about how high I jump, okay? We know white men don't jump. But I was the only guy that could clear 5 foot or whatever it was, so I would be the high jumper on the track team. And I would run up to the bar, and I would run up as fast as I could, and I'd get down as low as I could, and in the process of getting down low, I would generate the energy to propel myself over the bar to a higher place. That's the metaphor I want you to think of. That as you have one of these falls, what you are doing is you are generating energy to propel yourself over the bar. If you remember in the film, I spoke about the night that I had one of the most shameful nights of my life. When I required my wife and our 5 little children, we had 5 children in 8 years, and they had closed the bar at the restaurant because someone the night before had served someone underage, and they wouldn't give me a beer with my meal. And I made everybody in the family be inconvenienced and get up and go to another restaurant because I was upset because I couldn't have my beer. Now that's a jerk. That's shameful behavior. It's hard for me to even admit it, but I'm better than I used to be. Now I'd only make them go 2 blocks instead of 3. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And that morning, after that fall provided me with the energy. I began to think about myself. And what was I doing? How long has it been, Wayne, since you've gone without having a beer in the evening? I couldn't think of a day in the previous 2 decades. And what are you doing making your wife, who's had 5 children with you in 8 years, move? And you know what it means to move little children like that? You know, with all of the things that you have to take and put them in the cars and the seat belts and all of that, and none of it mattered to me. But that fall allowed me probably to be alive today. Because if I would have kept drinking the way I was, I wouldn't be alive today. It was going to kill me because alcohol's like sugar. I mean, it's loaded with sugar, by the way. So these falls, when you have one, start looking for the energy and start seeing what it can bring to you as you move back. So today I'm going to speak to you about meaning, and then move to excuses, and then move to the book that you see there up on the table called Wishes Fulfilled. Looks like it's already done, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And that's the secret. So the Bushman storytellers talk about 2 kinds of hunger. They say that there is physical hunger, then what they call the great hunger. That is the hunger for meaning. There's only one thing that is truly insufferable, and that is a life without meaning. There's nothing wrong with the search for happiness, but there is something great, meaning, which transfigures all. When you have meaning, you are content. When you have meaning, you belong. That's what the Bushmen say in the tribes in South Africa. When we decided to do the film of The Shift, the original title was called Ambition to Meaning. I changed it because people were thinking the film was a documentary or a series of talking heads of these kinds of movies with different people giving different points of view. And the movie isn't that at all. It's a drama. And the reason I did the film in the first place was because I was told that 10% of the people in America buy 100% of the books. 90% of the people, when they become adults, don't ever buy a book again. 9 out of 10. So if you're buying books, you're in a small minority. But those 90% do go to the movies. And for me, at this time in my life, I am not motivated by anything other than meaning. I've made more money than I know what to do with. And virtually everything I make, I give away. And I don't need any help in telling me how to do that, in case you're thinking that. Because I have 8 children who take care of that responsibility very well for me. And it's not about how much money I make. And the irony is that as I've shifted my motivation in my life from ambition to meaning, I've made more money than I ever dreamt I could have made, even 3 or 4 years ago. It just comes in. As a matter of fact, it's a rare day that I go to the mail and don't have somebody give me money. The gentleman who sat there yesterday, who is the man who provided Ram Dass with his home, many of you may know that I put out a request for people to help my teacher because he had given everything away, and when he had his stroke, he had nothing. 0, literally. And I put out on the internet and in my book, Inspiration, a letter and asking people to make contributions so that he could have a place to live. That man, the Indian man, Dr. Raj, he heard my appeal and had me meet Ram Dass, gave Ram Dass a check one day for $50,000, and then bought him a home that he could live in for the rest of his life out in Haiku. Isn't that beautiful? Now, he pays rent there, but it is his home to live in until he leaves this plane. And that man yesterday handed me a check for $2,500 to do anything I wanted with. And that's not an unusual thing for me. And you're listening to the guy who had to work for every little penny that he ever had. You know, started out working at delivering the Detroit Times and the Detroit News and the Detroit Free Press and working on a milk truck. And then working in grocery stores and doing it all the way through my PhD. Perhaps the most important definition I've ever heard of came from a man who I mentioned earlier. His name was Henry David Thoreau. He lived in Concord, Massachusetts. His neighbor, 2 streets over and 7 houses down, was Ralph Waldo Emerson. When Thoreau went to prison, because he wouldn't pay his taxes, because in 1830 President Andrew Jackson signed the most racist piece of legislation ever signed in American history called the Indian Removal Act. And in there it gave the authority to the Howleys, us white people, who had come over and taken over this country from these people who had lived here for thousands of years. And Thoreau said that anybody who pays their taxes to a government who is taking the land away from people who've lived here for thousands of years is just as guilty as those who make these laws. And I can't do it in all good conscience. And he wrote an essay on the necessity of civil disobedience. Not on the importance of civil disobedience, on the necessity of civil disobedience, an original scurvy elephant. And when they came to have him pay his taxes, he refused, and they put him in jail. And his neighbor, who was 30 years older than him, and a senior and very well known, Ralph Waldo Emerson, came to the jail to bail him out. And he said, "Henry," he said, "we need you out here. What are you doing in there?" And Thoreau's response was, "What are you doing out there?" And he paid his bail, and he went to a place called Walden Pond, where he lived in simplicity for 2 years, living off the land so that he didn't have to pay taxes. I went to the place where his cabin was. I think there's a Wendy's there now. But in that essay on the necessity of civil disobedience, Thoreau offered these words. He said, if you advance confidently in the direction of your own dreams and endeavor to live the life which you have imagined, you will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. I committed that to memory when I was forced to read Thoreau in high school for an English class with Mrs. Lux. You had her too. And we had to read Walden. But I was having a little difficulty in those days. I was very much of a scurvy elephant. And in my biology class, I had been told that I had to do a leaf collection. And I just refused to do it for some silly reason at the time. It just didn't make any sense. I knew what the leaves were. I had already passed it. I had already shown him that I could do it, but they wanted me to go out and get a scrapbook and collect leaves and put them in some kind of a presentation. That was my assignment. I was 16 at the time, and it just didn't make any sense to me. And I went to Dr. Pova, who was the biology teacher, and told him that I knew what all the leaves were, but collecting them and putting them in a scrapbook just didn't make sense. I had a girlfriend. Her name was Mary Jo Mercurio, and Mary Jo offered to do it for me. And she was one of those curve breakers. I mean, she wouldn't just do a leaf collection. She would have it tabulated, and she would have it color-coded, and she would have it indexed, and she would have it laminated and published and, ready to be, sold at the bookstores. And she thought that was great, but I said no. And at that time, my mom was going through a second trial with my stepfather, who was a severe alcoholic, who was drunk every day. And she was going through a separation, and I was troubled by that, obviously. And I was also working full-time and trying to help her make ends meet because my stepfather drank up everything. And she would leave money in this little metal box, for electricity and for, paying all the different bills that she had to pay. And he would just go in there and take it, and he didn't work. I always say that life gives exams, and she just really married my father in a second body. And so I was sent to the principal's office, Dr. Wolf, remember? And they had these benches there that had been worn smooth from people waiting to see Mr. Wolf by scurvy elephants. It wasn't like I was out there protesting and making a big scene and telling the whole class that nobody else should be doing a leaf collection. It just didn't make any sense to me. And I couldn't reconcile myself out there looking for leaves and putting them on scrapbook for what seemed to be just silly reasoning. Just because everybody does it, you just have to do it. And we've always done them. I'm not recommending this behavior. I'm just telling you the truth of where I was and where I came from. And while I was waiting, see, Mr. Wolf's policy was for people like me who were constantly running afoul of the regulations. They would suspend you if you skipped school, which never made sense to me. And they would make you wait. So when Dr. Pova sent me for just being obstinate and disobedient, and I didn't make noise, I didn't scream, I didn't swear, I just said, I can't do this. And I think more than anything, my heart was really heavy at that time because of what was happening to my mother, because it was fighting every day in the house. And he had a black Chevrolet, a 1956 black Chevrolet, and we would wait for him to go off to the bar before I would come home. I would ride my bike around the block and just keep riding and riding and riding, waiting until he was gone, because when I would go in, it would be a fight, and I mean a real fight. And I just was a very peaceful person. I didn't want to fight. I didn't fight anybody, and I didn't want to be around a drunk, and I didn't like the way he acted and talked and smelled and anything. And my mom was trying to hold all of this together, and my two brothers and I were working full time. So leaf collections didn't have a high priority in my life, as you can imagine. And even going to school didn't have a high priority in my life. But what we'd have to do is come in, go to school, and then go to the principal's office, and then sit on that bench and wait. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, literally. And finally, on Thursday, he would agree to see me, and my mother would have to take off of work, which meant 3 buses for her to get to the school, to come and talk some sense to me in front of the principal. And while I was waiting for the principal to see me, I read an essay on the necessity of civil disobedience. That was the first time I ever read it. They had a copy of Walden on the benches there, things for us to read, all of us disobedient kids to read, and they thought by having us read maybe Walden, it's like American classic, that it would put some sense to us, And so I didn't have anything else to do, and I was reading, and I had just finished I had written a novel at that time. I was writing a lot in those early days, and writing long essays and so on. And so reading Thoreau was like reading somebody that was like, I felt like I was coddled in his hands, the way he would speak, and the way he would speak about nature and finding God in nature. And, the opening lines of Walden were simplify, simplify. Let the affairs of your life number 1 and 2. They say that Thoreau said to Emerson, simplify, simplify, simplify. To which Emerson supposedly said, I think 1 simplify would have sufficed. I always loved that line. So I was reading The Necessity of Civil Disobedience. I recommend you read that, but I would not recommend, if you're running a school and you're trying to deal with scurvy elephants, that you put a copy of Walden Pond and The Necessity of Civil Disobedience in there for them to read. Because when I got into his office and I began to talk to him and to my mother, I began to quote from what I had been reading on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's the only thing that was there. And I was basically told not to be a smartass. But it's a very important thing as I talk to you about meaning here today, that you see that, let me give you that quote again, and just let the words just sort of, let them ripple inside of you. If you advance confidently in the direction of your own dreams, advancing confidently in the direction of your own dreams, which is what this whole workshop is about, and you endeavor to live the life which you have imagined. I want you to underline in your mind that word imagined, because later on I'm going to be speaking about the importance of imagination. Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. You will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. That is, success will begin to chase you. One of my very favorite little stories is of the kitten and the cat. And the little kitten is out in the alley, and it's chasing its tail. And it's chasing and chasing. And you've all seen little kittens do this, haven't you? It's like chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing. It's like, and the old alley cat comes up to it and says, "What are you doing?" And the little kitten said, "Well," he said, "I've just come back from cat philosophy school. And in cat philosophy school, they taught us 2 things. Number 1, they taught us that the most important thing in the world for a cat is happiness. And number 2, they said that happiness is located in our tail." So I have figured it out, that if I can just get a hold of it and chase it until I get it, and then once I get it, I'll have a lock on eternal happiness. And the old alley cat said, he said, I didn't have the same advantages that you've had. I've lived out here in the alley most of my life, and I've just had to hunt for the things that I've had to eat and so on. But the amazing thing is that I learned the same thing that you did in cat philosophy school. I learned, of course, that happiness is the most important thing in the world for a cat. And indeed, he said, I've recognized that happiness is located in my tail. He said, the only difference between me and you is that what I've learned out here is that when I advance confidently in the direction of my own dreams and endeavor to live the life which I have imagined, it follows after me wherever I go. Now that's a hard one to believe when you've been told that the chase is important and doing something is really crucial. And what I've been speaking about here for a long time is about not doing. That doing gets in the way. And that allowing is a great substitute for doing. And trusting. And knowing that when you align yourself in the way that I'm asking you to align yourself here today as I speak to you about meaning, when you align yourself this way and begin to trust in what Lao Tzu called your original nature. And when you understand your original nature and you return to it, basically that's all you're ever doing, even with all of the medical practitioners that are out there. Basically they're really trying to help you to return to your original nature, your nature of well-being. There's not a doctor on this planet that can heal anybody, and they will all tell you that the body is the hero. It is not any medicines or any surgeries or anything out there that is what's doing it. That healing is this most magical thing. It's like the wind, It's just, you can't get a hold of it, you can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't grasp it, and all you can do is just watch the results, watch the effects of it. You cut your hand and it bleeds, and you just watch it. And all of a sudden, things start happening inside of your body, and red blood cells head towards that direction, and white blood cells start doing this, and all kinds of things begin happening, not just there, but in your heart, and in your lymph system, and in your elimination system, and then your neurological system. It all starts working together, and it starts sending things to it, and such a scab forms, and then the scab dries up, and then there's a scar, and then things start. Nobody's done anything. What is there to do? It's part of the magic of allowing, of just getting out of the way and not trying to do too much interfering. Yeah, if there's something in there that you have to take out, you take it out gently, but you don't fill yourself with chemicals and things that the body is going to just have to process and have difficulty with as well. So that this whole idea of meaning, let me open with some of the quotes that in this chapter in the book, The Shift, I opened with. This is from Abraham Heschel in a wonderful book called Man is Not Alone. I loved it. He said, life is not meaningful unless it is serving an end beyond itself, unless it is of value to someone else. That you'll never find meaning through your ego. The ego is the part of you that says more, remember, that owns things and so on. Life is not meaningful unless it is serving an end beyond itself, unless it is of value to someone else. And secondly, this is from Albert Schweitzer, everyone's hero. The one possible way of giving meaning to your existence is that of raising your natural relation to the world to a spiritual one. In other words, you have to return to spirit if you're going to find meaning. This is from a manual. Our mind doesn't know the way. Our heart has already been there. And our soul never left. Welcome home. Isn't that good? Our mind doesn't know the way, our heart has already been there, and our soul never left. And this is what I wrote. Having arrived home, each breath we take is an expression of our life's purpose. We no longer struggle to win, to gain the approval of others, to meet expectations others had for us, to acquire, to achieve, to hoard, or to fulfill someone else's idea of our dharma. We let go of conflict, certainty, being right, fighting, dominating, vanquishing, and feeling superior. All of this ego stuff loses its power and attraction when we arrive home where meaning and purpose welcome us. We are home. From our home is where we began. You got to know that that's our home. That was our beginning. Ambition, all the way away from our home to take on a false self, which has those 6 components I talked about. A reverse, and all of the signs of coming back, returning home. And now we're home. And this is where meaning begins to be the dominant force in your life. It begins to be the all. And those around you or in your life and those you encounter who would try to take you away from your meaning no longer even become obstacles to you. They become, in the Tao it says, a good man is a bad man's teacher, and a bad man is a good man's job. They become your job. They no longer become someone who annoys you and finds fault with you. If they do find fault with you, you're immune to it. As Maslow used to say, learn these 2 things and you're self-actualized. Become independent of the good opinion of other people and detach yourself from outcome. In other words, do what you do because it is your calling. Now, you all have a calling. Everything, remember, has a dharma. Every creature, every rose, and every human being has a dharma. You're already fulfilling it physically. You're already in the bodies that you were intended to be in. Some of you have enlarged them, and some of you have poisoned them, but you can change that, and you will. And not only will you change it, you'll find it joyful to be in the process of returning back to your origination point and living from a place of well-being. Remember what I said before, it is not about where you are, it's about what direction you're headed. And as long as you know you're heading in the direction of staying here in meaning. Now, this concept of a calling, I wrote a whole book about it. It's called Inspiration, in Spirit. And the subtitle is called Your Ultimate Calling. Your calling, I'd like you to think about it here. I'd like you to really, right now, think about your calling. I can tell you that I am in the midst of practicing it right this moment. This is my calling. And your calling is authentic, because some of you will say, I don't know what my calling is. So I'm going to introduce a word here to help you to identify your calling. And that word is passion. And it doesn't make any difference to me whether that passion has anything to do with making a living, or it's a part of the DOT, the Dictionary of Occupational Titles. What is it that you find passion about? And the only condition I place on it is that it is in alignment with God or with your source. All right? So that your passion, if your passion is about killing other people, for example, if your passion is about stealing, if your passion is about, I often said that there's two ways to have the tallest building in town. One of the ways to have the tallest building in town, always, is to go around and knock down anybody else's building when they start getting taller than yours. So as soon as they get up, if you're at the 44 floors and they get to 43, 44, you just go over and you put some explosives in there and you just blow it up. And you say, I have the tallest building in town. And this is, by the way, our collective ego. This is what we do in our society and in our world, and which is about, if you really want to know my passion and my calling, it's about shifting the entire consciousness of this planet before I leave it. And that's why the film titled The Shift is so significant to me, because I know that if I can get 10 million people to watch that film, The Shift, if I can get 10 million people in America and Canada to watch that film, that we reach something called pi, 3.1416, remember? And if you can get 3.1416% of a population to align, the rest of it's called a critical mass in physics. You reach what is called phase transition. And if you align enough people or electrons or subatomic particles up and align them in a certain way in an energy field, and you reach what they call the 100th monkey, when you reach that point, all the rest of the electrons or the people in that energy field begin to align as well. And we have aligned ourselves collectively with a consciousness that allows for people to knock down other people's buildings. The other way to have the tallest building in town is to always work on your own building and not be concerned with anybody else's building or what anyone else out there is doing, or being consumed with trying to compete with or win or defend. To listen to your calling. So your calling is the thing within you that has your attention, that has your passionate attention. And it doesn't make any difference whether it makes sense to anybody else. It's the thing that you feel inside of you that you're here for. It's Mr. Holland in Mr. Holland's Opus, which is one of the great movies for me ever. That movie, and another movie, interestingly enough, that touched me very deeply when I was early 30s, was Rocky. The first Rocky, not the 27th Rocky, you know, when he was fighting old grandmothers in Depends, or whatever he was doing out there. I walked out of Rocky, I saw it in Honolulu, and I felt that there was nothing that I couldn't do. I don't know if you've had those kind of experiences with films and so on, but and a movie that touched me very deeply was a movie called Deja Vu. Not the more recent one, the older one with Vanessa Redgrave. It's called Deja Vu. Just a powerful movie. Watch it from beginning to end. It'll just knock you out with the possibilities. It's a movie that doesn't seem to have a script. Vanessa Redgrave and her mother is in the film as well, Deja Vu. I recommend you watch it. And here's the secret. Here's the thing that I learned. That it's the presence of the passion. That when you have the presence of the passion within you for what it is that you feel is your calling, everything else will take care of itself. That is an indication that you have God within you and guiding you. The word enthusiasm and theos, iasm, translates to the God within in Greek. The God within. when you are enthusiastic about something, anything, when you have that kind of internal knowing that this is what I'm doing. And sometimes you have to, that Shakespeare's, he wasn't just a great writer, he was an incredible philosopher. Probably the most famous lines from Shakespeare are from Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the question. And that's a very profound question. But what follows that is much more profound. He said, after to be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the minds of men to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and thus by opposing end them. You have to ask the question, and that's what this program is about, and that's what the movie is about, and that's what the book is about, and that's what all of it is about. To be or not to be. Am I going to be who I came into this world to be, and there's something inside of me that has always been calling me to it? Or am I going to allow the slings and arrows of an outrageous fortune that has been imposed upon me by others to dictate my dharma? That's really the question. And it's a question that you can answer and respond to and live with and practice without being a jerk, without being nasty. In fact, one of my favorite lines from the Tao, I say it to my kids all the time. A great sage, or a man of Tao, is kind to the kind, and kind to the unkind, because kindness is my nature. In other words, you can't give away what you don't have, and you can only give away what you do have. And if kindness is your nature, then that's all you can give away. And you can give that away no matter what anybody offers you. You can give kindness away. You can give love away. It's about discovering your nature. And I want to help do a little bit of that with you here in the remaining time I have to talk about meaning. I want to share with you a little bit from this wonderful book. It's called the Hua Hu Ching, Huahuching. Now, I don't know too much about it. I've tried to find out about it, and I've had it Googled and looked through. The subtitle of it is called The Unknown Teachings of Lao Tzu. That's a little sketchy for me, because if it's unknown, how did it get in here? You know? But this isn't the only place. It's written by a man named Brian Walker. It's a small little book. It's got 81 verses, which is exactly the same number of verses as the Tao Te Ching, which is an interesting number, by the way, when you're talking about meaning, and a lot of people believing in numerology and so on. I mean, 81 is a very magical number. I mean, 8 is what? The symbol of infinity. 1, infinite source. Infinite source. Once. One infinite source. 81. If you read the Bhagavad Gita, which is created almost at the same time, within a few years of the time that the Tao Te Ching was created, there are 18 verses in the Bhagavad Gita. The two of the probably the most enduring spiritual texts that have ever come our way. One has 18 verses, one infinite source, the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord, the Hindu holy book, and the Tao Te Ching, the most translated book ever to be published anywhere other than the Bible, has 81 verses. And that number 18 has a magical quality to it, doesn't it? In Hebrew, what does 18 mean? Hai, which means what? Life. 18 is life. Anybody in here born on the 18th? Let me see, raise your hands. You all go directly to heaven. You don't have, you are infinite beings. You don't even have to. The only problem is it's the calendar that's all messed up. I was born on the 10th, which is really the 18th in the ancient calendars of the... That's the way I interpreted it anyway. At any rate, the Tao Te Ching, T-A-O, Tao, means the great way. T-E means the virtue of. Ching means book. So it's the book of living the virtue of the Great Way. And the Tao Te Ching I've spoken much about here, and the Tao Te Ching is something that I know every verse. I don't know it by heart, but you can see as I speak that I don't have to look them up. They're in there, and there's always a reference for it for me, because I lived that Tao for a year and wrote about it. Now, the Hua Hu Ching, legend says, and this is all legend anyway, we don't even know, the word Lao Tzu means in ancient Chinese, old man. So we don't even know if it was one person. The story is told that he was leaving the Chou, C-H-O-U, where he was living, because he was living at a time of the warring states. And there was this constant warfare, killing over this mountaintop, over that hilltop, over this piece of land, over that valley, just killing. And he was just so fed up with it. And of course, we're still doing it today, 2,500 years later. Still, the last century was the most violent century in the history of humanity. 100 million people were killed in war in the last century. 100 million people, 1/10 of a billion people. I mean, it's just beyond comprehension. And this is how Lao Tzu felt about it, and said that, even having enemies ought not to be a part of your consciousness. And the city was walled in. And because the city was walled in, they had guards at the gate called gatekeepers. And the gatekeeper, as Lao Tzu was on his buffalo, on his water buffalo, to leave and go to a place where they weren't killing each other any longer, they wouldn't let him leave unless he dictated to the gatekeeper the teachings. And Confucius was one of his students, who was 40 years younger than him, came to him, and Lao Tzu had no patience for government, no patience for religion. That Taoism is called a religion probably turns Lao Tzu over and over in his grave. It must, because he just thought all of those silly rules about religion and governments and so on. I mean, he said the more rules you make, the more rule breakers you create. And, do it with fewer and fewer laws and fewer rules. Had no patience for lawyers and laws and all of the things that Confucius was so well known for. At any rate, he dictated these, and they were written down, legend says, by the gatekeeper. They became the 81 verses of the Tao Te Ching, the book of living the virtue of the Great Way. And the Hua Hu Ching, all that I can find out about it, is that it's called the unknown teachings because these were passed down orally. And that's one of the traditions in China of how information is passed down, and in Nepal and so on, even with the Dalai Lamas and so on. Originally, the information that the great spiritual teachers had, they would say it to somebody else and they would memorize it, and then the next generation and thousands of years later it would become. And that's the origination of the Hua Hu Ching, the oral traditions, the things that Lao Tzu passed on to the next and the next and the next. Okay? Whatever it is, if it's true or if it's not, it has been very meaningful to me. And it's a little book written by Brian Walker. This book is really, it's something I've underlined and studied and read and thought, and it works in harmony with the Tao Te Ching. So, I want to read you just a few things from the Hua Hu Ching. And this is all about meaning. Dissolving the mind is a matter of not doing. Simply avoid becoming attached to what you see and think. Now, this is one of the most important lines in the Hua Hu Ching. Relinquish the notion that you are separated from the all-knowing mind of the universe. Relinquish the notion that you are separated from the all-knowing mind of the universe, which is what I spoke about with the ego. You've got to relinquish that idea. The all-knowing mind of the universe, God, is not only something that you are connected to, it is something that you are. Carry that inner vision around. The idea that you could somehow be separated from God is a complete and total illusion. Then you can recover your original pure insight and see through all illusions. Remember, because clarity and enlightenment are within your own nature, they are regained without moving an inch. This is really powerful. I always go back to remind myself of that. Because clarity and enlightenment are within your own nature, They are regained without moving an inch. Now here's the big kicker from the Hua Hu Ching. If you correct your mind, the rest of your life will fall into place. That is, all of your addictions, all of your overweightedness, all of your poisons, all of your pain, if you correct your mind, everything else will fall into place. The 23 pounds that I took off in 29 days, I attribute to not eating sugar, and I wanted to talk about that here when we talked about returning to your original nature. I think it's because I corrected my mind. See, if you correct your mind, that's when you know when you're over an addiction. One of my favorite people that I've come to know is President Reagan's daughter, Patty Davis. You knew it wasn't the others, didn't you? Those of you who know about it. I mean, she's the scurvy elephant. And she was a cocaine addict, severe. And she wrote an essay in Newsweek magazine about how she quit cocaine. And she said she tried everything. She tried not disappointing herself. She tried not disappointing her father, who was the president of the United States. She tried not disappointing her mother, but her mother was always disappointed in her, she said. And then she said, I finally got to a place in my life, and that was the conclusion of it. And I took this out and I sent it to my daughter, who has struggled with drugs, and she read it to everybody in the unit that she was staying in at the time. She said, I finally decided that I no longer wanted to disappoint God. Now remember, I'm not talking about God in a religious context here, in the sense of this is a specific religion that has been handed to you. She might just as well have said, I no longer wanted to disappoint the highest place that I am, my highest self. I didn't want to stay misaligned any longer. And by realigning herself with her God nature and realizing that you can never be separate from God, from your source, from your divinity, and relinquishing that idea of your separation from it, by doing that, you correct your mind. And as you correct your mind, that's like when we were talking about the sugar thing, if you correct your mind about that, this is going to be really easy. And as you do that, it's not like I'm tempted, but I'm not going to. It's like the temptation is gone because you're home. You're back home. You're in the place of well-being. Make me an instrument, if you want to pray, of thy well-being. Of thy well-being. That from which I originated. Okay. So, more important than that, if you correct your mind, the rest of your life will fall into place. This is true because the mind is the governing aspect of a human life. If the river flows clearly and cleanly through the proper channel, all will be well along its banks. The integral way, the way of meaning, depends on decreasing, not increasing. To correct your mind, rely on not doing. Stop thinking and clinging to complications. Keep your mind detached and whole. Eliminate mental muddiness and obscurity. Keep your mind crystal clear. Avoid daydreaming and allow your pure, original insight to emerge. Quiet your emotions and abide in serenity. 59th verse of the Hua Hu Ching is where I want to take the rest of this presentation, on meaning. And this is only a part of it. If you wish to become a divine, immortal angel, that is, to live your life at meaning, from a God-realized perspective, then restore the angelic qualities of your being through virtue and service. The Tao Te Ching, Te means virtue. This, and I underline this emphatically, this is the only way to gain the attention of the immortals who teach the methods of energy enhancement and integration that are necessary to reach the divine realm. This is the only way to gain the attention of the immortals, of the angels, of the divine intelligence, of that which has gone before you, of God, whatever you want to call it. You know that there's guidance out there. You know that when you have passion for something, that passion is really the presence of God within you. When you feel something so strongly that you can't ignore it, that you just have to be it. I hope you're thinking about what your calling is, just what it is, regardless of whether you've actualized it, fulfilled it, whether it's an empty pipe dream, whatever it is. Just think about it. Just think about it. What it is that you feel in here that just won't go away, that calls you to something. And if you want to gain the attention and get the help, the guidance that you want, this is what Carl Jung meant when he talked about synchronicity, that as you elevate, as you get closer and closer to this divine realm, what happens is that the right people suddenly began to start showing up. The right idea begins to come along. What I call in the film, the quantum moment begins to happen, that vivid, surprising, benevolent, enduring idea that comes to you. For me, it was 4:07 in the morning after a night of shame after the fall, and waking up and hearing a voice and smelling roses. I mean, throughout the film, the theme of roses is there. You know, that when I was in Assisi, there are rose bushes without thorns in Assisi. It's the only place they grow. Right there, and they just keep, and people take them, they plant them somewhere else, and they grow with thorns. But there, they grow without thorns. That smell of roses, and I've smelled that several times in my life. When I had the miracle I talked about in the film of the healing of my knee, there was a smell of roses at that moment. When I woke up at 4:07 a.m. back there in October in 1986, I think it was, I could smell roses in the room. And I was alone. And I called my wife. I said, I'm done with drinking. I'm done with drinking. I won't have another drink. She said, yeah, right, you're done with drinking. You had a beer last night. What about last night when you made us all get up and all of that? I said, that's it. I won't be. And I've never had a temptation. I've never even had a thought of doing that. The idea of it is just so absurd for me, any more than those of you who once smoked cigarettes and now look back on it like, how could, and when you see people doing it, don't you just look and say, how could you be doing that? How could you be putting that stuff into your lungs that you know is going to kill you? It's the only companies that kill 1/3 of their customers for sure, and 2/3, and people just seek it out. So, when you have that knowing within you about that calling, you also get a knowing that the guidance is going to come. Now, how does the guidance get here? These angelic teachers cannot be sought out. In other words, you can sit here and meditate all day long and sit here and pray and hope and ask for the guidance of these teachers to come to you, and according to Lao Tzu, you'll never find them. The only way to gain the attention of the immortals who reach the methods of energy enhancement and integration is to start living your life through virtue and service. And when I made that shift, when the shift took place in me, when I took my attention off of myself and began to realize that my life was really about serving, because that's all you can do. If you can imagine God with hands, just try to imagine God with hands. And Ask yourself, what does God do with his hands? What is the only thing that God can do with his hands? The God that you know, the Tao, the source that is responsible for all of creation and welcomes all of creation back. What does God do with God's hands? Gives. Gives. Creation is already complete, as you'll hear this afternoon. It's already complete. And it's just constantly giving, isn't it? It's just about giving. Does God ever say, I want something back from you? Yeah. You know, I give you life, you got to give me this. Religion says that, you know, and there's usually a price tag with it, you know. And here's an indulgence just to be sure that you get into heaven, and so on. But God just says, here is life, here are the birds, here are the trees, here's the sky, here's the water, here's the ocean, here's the universe, here it is. What do I want back? Nothing. You know, Hafiz, the great Persian poet, said, even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Just think what a love like that can do. It lights up the whole world. It almost sounds too simple, but when I made that shift, it started chasing after me. It always has chased after me, but my ego would get in the way and think that this was about me. But when I really was able to suspend that ego, these angelic teachers cannot be sought out. It is they who seek out the students. Now here it comes. This is the part that blows me away. I've been leading up to this. When you succeed in connecting your energy, who you are, with the divine realm, which is what this whole program has been about, reconnecting you to the divine realm, the one that you originated from, the one to which you will return, through higher awareness and the practice of undiscriminating virtue, which is what the Tao Te Ching is, the transmission of the ultimate subtle truths will follow. This is the path that all angels take to the divine realm. Let me give it to you again. When you succeed in connecting your energy with the divine realm through higher awareness and the practice of undiscriminating virtue, the transmission of the ultimate truths will follow. This is the path that all angels take to the divine realm, that all of those of us who would like to get to this place of living a life of meaning, this is the path that they take. When you succeed in allowing yourself to live from a place of higher awareness, the ego and higher awareness can't coexist. Eckhart Tolle writes a lot about this. Higher awareness is really thinking like God thinks. That's all you have to do. You have to ask yourself, what is it that I would like to create? What is it I would like to manifest? How would I like my life to go? What is it that I would like to accomplish? What is my passion? And you go to this place. With God, all things are possible. Now, what does that leave out? What does all things are possible leave out? No thing. Nothing. No thingness. So every time you think about what it is that you are dealing with, like I'm dealing with leukemia, and I don't think about leukemia from the perspective of, I wonder if I can beat this, I wonder if I can fight this, I wonder if I can kill it off, I wonder if I can win, I wonder if it's going to take me down, I wonder if I'm going to have test after test after, I wonder if, I don't look at it like that. I just think that with God all things are possible. And I just let go of it after that and just live in peace with it. And you can do that with virtually anything. Your relationships, your finances, your health. Verse 60 is the most profound in the Hua Hu Ching for me. The mystical techniques for achieving immortality are revealed only to those who have dissolved all ties to the gross worldly realm of duality, conflict, and dogma. As long as your shallow worldly ambitions exist, the door will not open. You hear that? Or should I say it again? Again. The mystical techniques, which I'm going to talk about next, for achieving immortality, that is, a life with meaning, are revealed only to those who have dissolved all ties to the gross worldly realm of duality, conflict, and dogma. As long as your shallow worldly ambitions exist, the door will not open. You cannot open this door with your ego. Try to imagine a room that you are trapped in. And the only entrance into this room is your birth. So you're born and the door slaps shut and here you are in a room. And the only exit out of that room, there is a door. How do you get out of this room of daily awareness? The world of gross dogma, that world of conflict, that world of duality. Jesus put it this way, he said, I am in this world, like all of us. I am in this world, but I am not of this world. That's what all of that I just read to you really translates to. I'm not of this world. And I see myself less and less of this world and less attached to the conflict, the dogma, the hatred, the anger, the fears, the worries, all of the stuff that the ego brings to us. It's not the world that I live in. I'm in it. And so I fill out the forms. Then I pay the taxes. And I do the things that keep me in this world, free from having to be put in prison like Thoreau. He only spent a day in prison, by the way, and went to Walden. So here you are in this room of daily awareness. This is the world, according to Lao Tzu. You have to detach yourself from this world and no longer identify yourself as someone who's intimidated by the egos that are everywhere that you run into, the collective ego and the individual ego. And when you can correct your mind, there is a way out of this room. This room is the room of daily awareness, and here it is. And what you've been doing, what so many of us do, what I did for many years, is you push and you're looking for an exit out of the room. Castaneda used to use, I love Carlos Castaneda. So many great stories. If you heard my earlier works, you've heard me talk about his wonderful teachings. And Castaneda talked about his teacher, Don Juan Matus. Don Juan Matus told him, he said, you are born into a room of daily awareness. And he said, this room is one room in a mansion that has 1,000 rooms in it. And you stay in that one room for your whole life. That room of daily awareness. The stuff that we've been talking about of the ego. Going after this, trying to win that, trying to get the approval of others. I am what I have, I am what I do, I am my reputation, I'm separate. All of that stuff you've been doing in that room. Castaneda's teacher said to him, who was a Nagual, which is like an advanced being, an enlightened soul. And as a Nagual, he would say to him, if you listen to me, if you stay with me, I will teach you how to get out of the room of daily awareness so that you can explore the other 999 rooms in this mansion. And he said, and if you really get the message that I'm here to give you, He said, I can teach you how to get out of the house altogether without having to die. I can teach you how to enter into new realms of awareness where miracles are not something that you hope for or that you think happen to other people, but they are a part of who you are. Where healing isn't something that is done to you by a God that is withholding. Imagine praying to a God that has the power to heal us, but says, but I'm going to hold back unless you do things my way. That's how the ego works, isn't it? That's what I read to you yesterday. A God that is into revenge. A God that is into punishment. A God that needs to have money given to it in order for it to feel good. This is all the stuff of the ego. Healing isn't something that takes place by a God who says, I'll give it to you, but I won't give it to you. It comes from within. The God that you are. And reconnecting yourself to it and saying, with this, when I live from this place, when I am aligned at this level, that all the excuses that are made, and excuses be gone, are nothing more than misalignments. If you're thinking like God, how could God think with excuses? It's like, I'm old. I've been doing this a long time. I mean, it's a creation. I'm just tired of it, I just can't do it anymore. I'm just too tired. And it's exhausting, and I don't have enough time, and I'm, and on and on. It's like, these are just all misalignments. That's all they are. All of these excuses I'm going to be talking about shortly. This way of being and thinking is one in which you recognize that you can stay connected at this level and return to something called your original nature. And your original nature is where all of the miracles take place, where everything that you want to manifest and attract into your life takes place. So what is your calling? What is your calling? And what is your original nature? According to Lao Tzu, there are 4, what he called cardinal virtues. And as you practice these cardinal virtues and live them, this is how the door opens. This is how the door opened for me. The door did not open because I kept pushing outward to find a way out of this room. There's got to be a door here. There's got to be an exit. There's got to be something other than all of this chasing, striving, never arriving, always trying, always struggling, never having enough, always worrying, all this hatred, all of this fear, all of this anger, all of this judgment, all of this prejudice, all of this stuff. There's got to be a way out of this room that I'm in. And I kept pushing, and you push, and you push, and you're looking for the exit, and you keep pushing against the walls, and you never find one until you wake up and realize what was just read to you. That the doorway out of the room of daily awareness opens inward. It's so stupid. I've been pushing and trying and struggling and hard. Jesus, all you have to do is step back, go within, align yourself with God, begin to think and act as God thinks, as Spirit thinks. Just do that. Just try it. Just try it. As you do it, sugar doesn't become an enticement. And that's just a minor little thing. Financing doesn't become a struggle. Relationships become simple because you now access the guidance that wasn't there for you before. If you understand that God, Source, Tao, is the place within you that is one, that's why you meditate to get there. So you find the oneness where there's no division, there's no dichotomy, there's no split. And when you get to that, within yourself, that's when the teachers start showing up. That's what is meant by the ancient Sanskrit proverb. When the student is ready, the teachers will appear. It's not that the teachers aren't there. It's not that this universe isn't filled with guidance available to you for anything that you want. You're already connected to it. If you haven't got that by now, this is not going to help you. You might as well just go have a frappe or something. It's just like... So as you realize that you're already connected to it, then the synchronicity begins to take place. And that's what I was trying to explain to you when I was talking to you about if you're praying from a place of two-ness, of conflict, of dichotomy, to that which is oneness, to solve your problems for you or to help you, recognize that oneness, if it recognized you coming at it with conflict, it couldn't exist because it only knows oneness. It lives without conflict. So you're just wasting your energy and wasting your time. How can you expect a God that doesn't know how to deal with conflict and doesn't have conflict within it and has no split within it to recognize the split that you are bringing to it? If it ever did that, it wouldn't exist. So it can't. So you go within yourself to try to find the oneness. And when you do, magically, your wishes become fulfilled. There it is. And you'll see that in 8 components this afternoon, specifically, how that works. For now, it's like, get your original nature in tune with your behavior today. Just tune yourself to your original nature. And you do it, first of all, by just working on yourself. And then realizing my way out of this room of daily awareness is by stepping back, opening the door, going within, finding oneness within myself, and living from that place of oneness. And then asking, not asking in the sense of the ego, I have to have this in order to be happy, but just whatever it is that is for my highest good, just because your ego is still going to always be there, I think, Hawkins says that there's only been one being that's ever walked on this planet that reached what he calls the 1,000 level, the level of pure divinity, which was Jesus, he says. And Buddha and Muhammad and people are right in the neighborhood, if you will, of divinity. But of pure divinity. Because what he says in one of his books is that if Christ consciousness, of that being that is represented in Christ consciousness, represented in the teachings of St. Paul in the New Testament, if that being were to be here on this planet today and walk among us, it would be enough to compensate for all of those who are calibrated below 200 on his scale. All of the zillions, billions of people who calibrate so low that just one being living at that level can compensate for that. And he says those of us who do radiate or vibrate at levels between 300, 400, 500, up to 700 and 800, that the compensatory nature, that if you were to raise your vibration up to this level and live from what I'm speaking about here, your original nature, if you were able to do that, that you can compensate for several 100,000 or even several million people. And if there weren't enough of us doing this, then that would totally, completely take over and the world would end. We would just kill ourselves all off. So don't think for a moment that you're elevating yourself even a few points in this place. You will compensate for so many people who are living at these lower levels. Not only will you do that, but you will help them to reach up. So many people ask the question when they want to live on a life of meaning, how can I do it when I'm around so many people who are operating at lower levels? You've missed the point if you're asking yourself that question. If you're living with somebody, a spouse, for example, family members, people that you work with, neighbors and so on, who are living at lower levels of energy than you, you cannot be dragged down by their low energy. That's not possible. That's not how the universe works. The reason that you feel dragged down is because you join them in their energy. You become within yourself what they are. In other words, the sentence, you make me angry, you make me depressed by your behavior, really says that I see your depression, I see your anger, I see your hatred, I see your prejudice, and I'll have some of that too, and I'll hate you for hating me. and I'll be angry at you for being angry at me. Or being around you sort of depresses me because you're so depressing that you cause me to be depressed. That isn't the case at all. It's because that person's depression is something that you decide you'll align with. Now, if you take the reverse, if you take Jesus, who would walk amongst the prostitutes and would walk amongst the thieves, he didn't say, I'm not going to go over there and talk to those thieves. They took my sandals the last time. I'm not having that happen to me again. It's not, and I don't want to be around those hookers because, they're going to be tempting and so on. He didn't do that. When he would walk among the thieves would no longer want to steal. Don't you remember on Golgotha? At the crucifixion? He was between two thieves. Both of them were redeemed by being in his presence. Even the least among you can do all that I have done, and even greater. That's where you have to be. You have to be in a place, and remember that no amount of your depression is going to undepress somebody else. See, mothers know this. I watched this with the mother of my children, Marcy, a woman I love very, very much. And we had 7 children together and raised them together. And I would watch her when she would nurse these children. And we had a family bed. And so the children slept with us most of the time. And the babies always did. There was no separate room, no cribs, no putting them someplace else, no belief that they should cry until we will train them. A lot of people believe in that. We didn't. We just believe that when a child cries, they want to be held, especially if they're crying in pain. So with our children, in fact with Serena, Marcy carried her with her right on her breast for like 23 hours a day until she was almost 2 years old. And I would watch her in the middle of the night. I would be laying over here and she'd be here and the baby would cry. And instead of her saying, like so many people speak about, that crying really just upsets me, and it really upsets me. Why do you keep crying? It's like, you're just doing it. You're upsetting me. You're making me upset. She didn't do any of that. She didn't say that babies crying would make me depressed. What she would say is, let me put a breast in your mouth and hold you next to me, and I will bring my high energy of love and healing and feeding to you, and this will help you to raise your level of happiness. And it always worked. And it still would, even for me. I'm 69 years old. You put a breast in my mouth for just a few hours. I'm the happiest camper you could ever find. I've even said, I think Ahmadinejad, he just give him a breast in his mouth. He'd be a whole lot happier than... and Saddam Hussein and all of them, But we know this about ourselves. And one of the things that we stop doing is we don't make it a challenge. Like, for me, a surly waiter is a wonderful challenge. My kids will tell you that. If I get somebody in there and you can tell that they're in a hurry, they're not going to be a little bit rude, they've been rushed and all of that, I know I can turn this person around. And I'll even make it a contest. Say, just watch. It's going to happen. I'm going to get this person turned around. And all you have to do is say to them, I know you're having a tough time tonight, and you probably didn't want to have any more, but I said, you are so lucky tonight. You got somebody who came here to make your life as good as I can possibly make it tonight. Is there anything I can do to make this waiting experience happy for you? What's your name? Where'd you come from? You have an accent? What is it like where you live? And within minutes of just elevating my awareness and being happy and letting them know that this is going to be a pleasant experience for them. And I do this, before you know it, they're bringing you free desserts. We don't have to pay for anything. Here's a complimentary pass. Come the next time. By the way, my mother works over at this place. Would you like to get a massage? Those kinds of things happen all the time. When you get your ego out of the way, when you dissolve your connection to this gross worldly world of conflict, and begin to just say, I can turn this around. I just recently in New York, and New York is a great challenge for this. Great challenge. My friend Tom Barber often tells the story. It's one of the best stories I've ever heard. He said there was a couple there from the Midwest who had come to New York, and they'd been meeting the New York attitude all day long. And everywhere they would go, they would get somebody who was surly and was not nice to them. And finally, it was about 20 to 5, and they still wanted to go see the Empire State Building. And they stopped a New Yorker right there on the street, and they said, excuse me, sir. Can you tell us how to find the Empire State Building, or should we just go fuck ourselves? But I went into my hotel room there in New York at the London Hotel just when I was speaking there a few weeks ago, and the lady who cleans the toilets. Now, to me, anybody who in my life cleans toilets for me and changes my bedding and makes my room nice, that's an angel. That's not somebody that I deserve to disrespect. That's an angel who's come in and willing to serve me and work for very little. That's always, for me, that's $100. I seek out and I just say, I just appreciate you. And I do this before I go to sleep. I do this before I even take the room. And it's just, I mean, $100 bill to me is a piece of paper. For her, and it isn't even what it does for her financially. It's like what you do is you take people that she looked surly, she looked angry, she looked like she didn't want to be in there, she looked like just another, like white howlie in here who's I've got to deal with. She was a lady from Mexico, and she just looked like she didn't. And when I just took her over and I put my arm around her, I said, you know what? I am so happy that you are here to help and serve me, and I just want to express my gratitude to you. I mean, you can't imagine. In hotel rooms they have these bottles of water. They say for the hotel's convenience, for $26, you can drink this thing, And I always wonder, who are the geniuses that are creating this policy of putting water in there and then quadrupling the price? I had 6 of those put in there with no charge whatsoever. 6 great big bottles of water that she just went and found and brought. I mean, she couldn't stop serving me the whole time. And I know that you don't have perhaps the $100, but you can take every incident of people who are operating at levels that keep them tied and connected to the gross worldly realm, and you can shift it. You can shift it. Because you practice a life of meaning is one in which you elevate your awareness to such a place that no matter who enters this realm, if they don't come with love, they don't get in. They don't get in. Inside of this shell of a body, this thing that I live in, inside here is my inner organs. And inside of those organs is an invisible intelligence. And inside there, in this little chamber inside of me, there's a sign that says, do not enter unless you come with love. So you can insult my body. You can be angry. You can even do things to my insides. But in here, where I live, do not attempt to enter unless you come with love. That's all I have in there. And you can do this. And as you do this, you begin to get these 4 cardinal virtues. And the 4 cardinal virtues, according to Lao Tzu, and the teachings of unknown teachings of Lao Tzu, the 4 cardinal virtues look like this. This, remember, Lao Tzu calls your original nature. Your original nature is the place, the journey that we've been taking to get back to here. Your original nature is first and foremost reverence for all of life. Reverence for all of life. I pick up plastic bottles and things when I walk to keep Maui beautiful. If everyone on Maui practiced just picking up a little piece of trash when they saw it, we wouldn't have a trash problem, even if there were still some people who threw them out there. And those people would begin to get the message as well. Not with punishing them, not with fining them. That's still being connected to this world of, I'm going to punish them, I'm going to get even with them, I'm going to make it right. Instead, you shift away from, I don't ever say, they shouldn't do this, isn't this awful? I just pick this up and think, what a blessing this is for me to be able to do something to make my beautiful home here just a little bit nicer. Reverence for the planet, reverence for the animals, reverence for all of life. And reverence for all of life encompasses something called forgiveness. Forgiveness is probably the great unknown for most of us. It's the ability to give love in response to the negativity and the harm. Reverence for all of life. The second of these cardinal virtues is what he called a natural sincerity. And a natural sincerity is nothing more than honesty. Not honesty about I don't steal, but honesty about who I am as a human being, and I present myself in this way. A natural honesty. The third cardinal virtue, as you return to your original nature, is called gentleness, which manifests itself as kindness. A man of Tao is kind to the kind and kind to the unkind, because kindness is his nature. When kindness is your nature, it's all you have to give away. It's not about being victimized. It's not about being made a fool of. If you're beginning to get what I'm talking about here, as you practice these, what happens is you start activating the attention of the immortals, the angels, the guidance, whatever you want to call it, and they cannot come to you unless you are close to them in vibration. You cannot seek them out from a place of I need them, I want them, I must have them. You can only get their guidance when you are acting like they are, when you are acting like God. Then they will recognize you, and that's when you will see the synchronicity, the events beginning to transpire, the right people showing up unexpectedly, the events taking place. And especially when you're aligned. You see, when you're aligned, it's like you start to trust in this thing that I'm speaking about, the thing that will literally transform your life. The teachers will show up. I want to go back before I give you the fourth. If you wish to become a divine, immortal angel living your life at meaning, then restore the angelic qualities of your being through virtue. These are the cardinal virtues, and service. This is the only way to gain the attention of the immortals, who teach the methods of energy enhancement and integration that are necessary to reach the divine realm. I can tell you, when I started practicing the Tao, when I started living it, I began to do and live these things that I'm speaking about. I've been doing them part-time for a lot of years. Now it's all I am. These angelic teachers cannot be sought out. It is they who will seek you out. When you succeed in connecting your energy with the divine realm through higher awareness and the practice of undiscriminating virtue, the transmission of the ultimate subtle truths will follow. This is the path that all of us have to take in order to reach the divine realm. You're not going to do this with your ego. You're not going to do it by demanding it or hoping for it or fighting for it. You're going to do it by going within, opening the door this way, going inside in your head, finding the place of oneness, aligning yourself with God, saying to yourself whatever it is you want to attract or manifest or create for yourself with God, with the Tao, by living there and living and breathing and practicing it. Whatever guidance I need will be there for me. And as it says in the Course in Miracles, infinite patience produces immediate results. Infinite patience means I have a knowing that as long as I stay in that place, that the results will come along. The immediate result that you get from that, it may not be the manifestation of the BMW in your driveway, as some promise, but it will be that wonderful sense of inner peace. And if I had two wands up here, and with wand A I said, I'm going to give you this wand, and with this wand you can get anything that you want. Just name it, and it's like Aladdin's lamp, it will show up. And I say, but in lieu of that, I'll take that wand back, and instead I'll give you wand B. And with wand B, you will always have inner peace. No matter what comes your way, no matter how difficult it is, no matter what the struggle is, you will still deal with it from a place of inner contentment and peace. Which wand would you take? Truly, which wand would you take? For sure. For sure. Because the things will just all dissolve anyway. And the fourth cardinal virtue is called service. Offering yourself, reaching out. You know, my ego still always says, but I want it, and I want it fast, and I want it now, and this is what I want, and it's still there, believe me, it's still there. And what I do with that now is I have shifted it to, no matter how badly I want it, and if it doesn't seem to be showing up, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's something with my children, whether it's with my health, whether it's with anything out there that doesn't seem to be going the way I would like it, I stop myself and I remind myself to reach out to as many people as I can right now. That my ego's desire to have what I want now is my reminder, which used to be to just get upset because it isn't showing up, and to get angry and to get hurt and cry or depressed or whatever, get myself worked up about it. Now I use that as a signal and say to myself, reach out to as many people as you possibly can. Make a donation, pick up the telephone, call that person in the hospital who wanted you to talk to them, reach out over here, sign this thing over there, send these books to that hospital over here, do this for, just do that. Just keep reminding. And as I get my ego out of the way, I reconnect myself, and the divine immortal angels start seeking me out again because I've let go. As we say in the recovery movement, let go and let God. And the only thing God can do with God's hands is give. Serve. Want what you want for yourself more for somebody else. The person that you have the most difficulty with, the aunt that is always a bitch when she shows up. Want the peace and happiness you want for yourself for that aunt more than you want it for yourself. Whatever it is that you are asking, ask for it for someone else first. And every mother in this room knows exactly what I'm talking about with your infants. Well, we're all infants. Reach out and serve. Those are the cardinal virtues. Reverence for all of life, natural sincerity, gentleness, which manifests as kindness, and support, which manifests as service to others. The journey is complete, from ambition to meaning. And what I want to do next is talk to you about what are the things that we've created within ourselves to keep us off of the path that we know that we are destined to stay on, or that we want to stay on, and to come up with some ways to rid ourselves of these misalignments, which are really just excuses. I feel that the Tao was instrumental in teaching me what to think. And I've shared much of that with you throughout this program. What it didn't cover, and what Lao Tzu taught me, was how to help people to change lifetime thinking habits. When you change your mind, when you correct your mind, everything else will fall into place. Your body will take care of itself. Your relationships will take care of themselves. Your business will take care of itself. You just got to change your mind. And remember, I started out here saying that it's really about changing your concept of yourself. And I hope what you are beginning to do is to commit yourself to thinking, especially for the next few months, even for the next year, thinking in terms of awareness, that I am awareness, I am loving awareness. And awareness means that whatever it is you're confronted with, whatever it is that comes up, whatever it is that you would like to create for yourself or attract into your life, you come at it from the position of awareness, which means from the highest place within myself, all things are possible. if I can just stay in that highest place. With God, all things are possible. Not thinking of God as something that you're separate from. You have to remove that illusion from your consciousness and know that you indeed are God, walking around, living, breathing, divine mind, energy. It's what you are. And the rest of you, this physical apparatus that has become the dominant force in your life, is really just a very, very temporary thing. So I decided to embark on the task of letting Lao Tzu convey to me how to go about changing habits that have been with you for a very long time, a way of thinking. I started out by reading 2 books. One is a book called The Biology of Belief by Bruce Lipton. As I was getting ready to write Excuses Be Gone, what this book taught me was that there are 2 really big excuses. One of the excuses that we have is that I can't change something about myself because it's in my DNA. It's just something that I own, that I have it. And I watch it living here on this beach. I see a young girl walking down the beach with a thong bathing suit on, a little piece of dental floss in the back and a little patch in the front. And I'll watch a man who can barely walk watch her go by. And it's like, it's almost an effort. It hurts him so much. But he has to turn around and check it out. And I always say it's just in the DNA. I mean, it's a life sentence. You know, you're going to do that, all right? And the question is, can you be trained to not do that? Because when I used to walk with my wife and I would do that, she would remind me that you shouldn't be looking at somebody else's ass when mine is right next to yours, you know. So I stopped doing that. But my DNA would still always kick in. I'd have to stop myself from doing it, you know, stop it. So the DNA, and I just use that as a crass example. But what the real message of the biology of belief, Bruce Lipton was a professor at University of Wisconsin and also at Stanford. He taught medical students for over 20 years. And he realized in doing some of his experiments that what he was teaching wasn't true any longer, that the model that was being given to the medical community about the cause of illness and the way to overcome it in the body through treatment modalities that we use by using drugs and by using surgeries and chemotherapies and so on was off. That within us, and he did some experiments with various things in petri dishes and began to discover that what we thought was programmed in DNA information in the experiments that he was doing in his lab, he was an experimental biologist, he's a cell biologist, began to realize that the DNA was capable of being changed. And it could be changed through things that we call expectations. We were sitting at lunch today and talking about some experiments. My friend Carrie was saying that she's a nurse practitioner in nursing school right now, and she was saying they'll take people's blood and extract blood from people who are deeply depressed and very angry and very sad, and they'll take their blood and they'll inject it into rats and things like that. And when that blood goes into those rats, sometimes they'll just keel over and die. Deepak used to say that the tears of joy versus the tears of sadness have a different chemical composition. One of the things that I really found fascinating was that people who have multiple personalities, different personalities, will have, are you ready for this? They will have different eyeglass prescriptions for different personalities in their bodies. Think about that. Just let that in. Same eyes, same brain, different thoughts, different personalities, and some of the personalities would be allergic to some things and not allergic to others. And this is all within the same body. So that the body and the DNA and the genetic structure that you inherited is no longer an excuse, no matter what diagnosis ever comes your way. And it's very interesting that this diagnosis for me came just so recently. that I have been immersed in this and writing about it, and Bruce Lipton has become a very close friend, and we talk about it. I encourage you, if you get a chance, to hear him lecture. His lectures are wonderful. He's full of energy and a very dynamic guy. But that you start to think with a different kind of an attitude about what it is that you are being told by anyone outside of yourself. And you shift into that place of awareness, biology of belief. So that was the first book that I read. The second book that I read was a book that was equally as informative to me. It was called Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. He is very close friends with Bill Gates and founded Microsoft. And he wrote this book called Virus of the Mind way back 15, 16 years ago. It was a self-published book, just like Biology of Belief. And when I read it, I called Louise and asked her if she would please publish this book and reintroduce it to the public, because it touched me very, very profoundly and very deeply. It's the second big excuse. So the first excuse that we carry around for why we stay off the path is that there's something physically going on in my body that I have no control over. Virus of the Mind talked to me about viruses, which I didn't understand that much. A virus has three functions. The first function of a virus in your body, a virus in your computer, is to duplicate itself as much as possible. That's what a virus does. It duplicates, duplicates, duplicates. The second function of a virus is to infiltrate. Wherever there is an opening, if you have a virus going on in your body and it's duplicating and getting bigger and duplicating, when it finds an opening, it'll go in there, right? So we try to stop the growth of these viruses. The third function of a virus is to spread. So to spread from one host to the next. So as soon as it's done enough of this and it's infiltrated enough within its host, it then looks for another host. And this happens in computers as well. How it happens in computers, I have no idea. But I do know that that's what they say about viruses. They duplicate, they infiltrate, and they spread. Now, they're not bacterial. That's their purpose. They're not there to get you sick. They're just there to just keep on duplicating and replicating and infiltrating and spreading until we can stop their spread. Virus of the mind has the same functions. The only difference between a virus of the mind and a virus in your body and a virus in a computer is that a virus in your mind has no particle. There's no thing. It's just an idea. And it's an idea that is planted into our heads when we are very, very young, and when our parents, our well-meaning parents, and our society, our religious organizations, our schools, our businesses, and so on, get a hold of us, and rather than doing what I spoke about earlier, just letting us be, and knowing that our Dharma is already in and we're just being done, it begins the interfering process. It begins the conditioning process. And this conditioning process, the imprinting process that takes place, started when you were very, very young. 2, 3, 4 years old, even younger. You began to get what Brody calls memes. M-E-M-E, memes. And memes, they're really ideas that have been planted in us, and they have been duplicated enough times that you absolutely start to believe in their veracity, in their truth. And as we get ourselves programmed with these memes, they actually take on a life of their own, and they become our truths that we hang on to. And we begin to tell ourselves that these ideas that we have been told about what is possible for us, about what the world is like, about, virtually every idea coming out of a religious text is a meme. It's an idea that has been told and retold enough times where people take it on as a truth. Now, it doesn't matter if you can come along and show that the practice of this is something that is not based on a truth at all. It was based on some guy 8,000 years ago who just decided that this is the way things were going to be, and people started saying it to each other, and it becomes our reality. And these memes come in all forms. And he talked about them at great length in Virus of the Mind. I really recommend it because it's easy reading, it's really presented in a kind of a workable way, and it can give you an idea about how much of your life that you use these excuses, because every excuse that you use is a meme. It's just an idea that you have had handed to you and has duplicated and infiltrated you and spread to your sisters and your brothers and your neighbors and everybody around you. And what I want to do up here for a little while here is to just have you take a look at ways to combat these, like to create an antiviral for these memes. And if you ask yourself the question, which I'm going to ask you very shortly, are these memes that we carry around about what our life is like and what it can be like, what we can do, what we can't do, what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, what is moral, what is immoral, what is God, what isn't God? You know, all of these ideas are just things that we have. They're like viruses that are working with us all the time. We just keep repeating them and repeating them and repeating them. And it's fun to just become conscious of these memes and these ideas. And businesses, by the way, and advertisers are really good at creating memes because they just want you to really believe, you know, if you don't have this, and particularly the pharmaceutical industry is really good at this, at convincing us that if you don't take this pill at night, you're not going to be able to sleep. If you don't take this pill and you're over 50, you're not going to be able to have sexual functioning. If you don't take this pill, your arthritis isn't going to go away, and so on. When you get yourself conditioned to believing that life has to be a certain way, and that we can't live without these things, the mind viruses kick in, the memes kick in, and we start defending ourselves on the basis of these. So shifting out of that mindset was important for me. The principles that I wrote about in the middle part of Excuses Be Gone, after I looked at the two big excuses, your genetics and your early conditioning, both of which have been disproved as truthful reasons for you to stay the way you are. Biology of Belief does a great job of introducing you to a way of re-looking at yourself and your mind-body connection and your control over your body than you might have ever thought of before, especially when you're about to engage in something like surgery or chemotherapy or taking on new dependencies with drugs and so on. Before going into the paradigm, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the principles. There's just a few. There's 7 of them in the book, and they're all in depth. And awareness is one, and I've spoken, I think, enough about it, that if you really want to overcome these memes that have become a part of your life, start to practice thinking outside of the ego and begin to practice from this place of awareness. Just think in terms of awareness. The best way to say I'm thinking from awareness is by every time you think of the concept of awareness, think of the words, with God all things are possible. When I move myself into the highest place within myself, there is absolutely nothing that is not possible. So that when you are entertaining something that you would like to accomplish, instead of going at it from a place of it probably won't happen, I can't do it, I've always been this way, it's my nature, these are the way things are. I used to use the metaphor of standing on the stern of a speedboat, the back of a speedboat, and the speedboat is heading up the river at 40 knots, that direction. And as the speedboat heads in that direction, you're turned around back here and you're at the back of the boat. And you're looking down at the water, and what do you see? You see the wake, right? So you ask yourself 3 questions about the wake. First of all, what is the wake? What is this thing that you're calling the wake? The wake is the trail that is left behind. That's what it is, right? That's what a wake is. It's simply a trail that is left behind. Second question to ask yourself is, what's driving the boat? That is, what's making the boat go in this direction? And the answer to that is the present moment energy that's being generated by the engine is what's making the boat go in this direction. Is that right? Okay. Now the third question to ask is it possible for the wake to drive the boat. That is, can a trail that is left behind make a boat go in this direction? And the answer to that is no, isn't it? Because it's just a trail that is left behind. This is what you have to do with your personal history. There's a woman in here who was sobbing, and she came up to me and told me that her husband has Alzheimer's. Do you mind identifying yourself, or would you rather not? If you wouldn't, that's okay. And you were smiling when you walked away, and you were sobbing when you came out, sobbing, but you were tearful when you came up. And do you remember what I told you? That a person who is experiencing Alzheimer's disease at that time in his life is as close to God as any of us will ever be, because they have no personal history. They are doing what every creature on God's creation is doing, except us, living in the moment. Just this one. A new friend every day, every hour, a new friend. Always just here. And I told her, treat him as your teacher, and instead of someone that you feel sorry for. And don't think of him as that which he used to be but is now gone, because all of us are in different bodies than we're in right now. God knows you've been in many, many different bodies, haven't you? You were in a little baby body, and you were in a toddler body, and you were in a teenage body, and you were one of these bodies, and you were in bodies with them up to here, and you were bodies, everything was, and then they're down here, and things change, and you're in many bodies, right? And every moment that you have in your life is just that. It's just this moment. But most people run their lives believing in this meme that my past is what's making me go in this direction. And it's why you have to just give up your personal history. You just have to give it up. Just let it go. And as you let it go, you let yourself be driven in the direction that you're going, not by the wake. The wake can't do anything. It's just a trail you've left behind. So I used to tell people that you can't fail at anything. That everything you do just produces results. So if you take a golf ball and you put it up on a tee and you swing at the golf ball and you hit it and it dribbles off to the side, you haven't failed. You've just produced a result. And the question isn't whether you fail or don't fail at something. The question is, what do you do with the results that you produce in your life? Do you pick up the golf ball and say, this is a stupid game anyway, and throw it away? But there's 18 holes on a golf course, and that's got to have something to do with something. And what are you going to do with the results that you've produced? Are you going to say that the trail that is back here, because I've always been this way, and it's my nature, and I can't change what I've always done, and this is what I've been handed, and my mother did this to me, and my mother did that to me, and my God, you mothers take such a beating. It's just hard to be a mother, because I used to tell my patients over and over, and it was always their mother. My mother did this, my mother did that, and I said, you know what, get up and leave my office. I said, what for? I said, I want you to go get your mother. What do you want with my mother? I said, just bring her back here. Bring your mother back here. Well, what are you going to do? What are you talking about? I said, well, look, she's the one who's responsible. I'm going to treat your mother, and then you're going to get better. And you see how silly it is, don't you? But those of you mothers who are applauding also have a mother that you probably blame for a lot of that stuff. And we look for things in our wake, things in the past, things back here, to explain why we are here. And you are here only because of the present moment energy that is being generated by the engine called your mind, your thoughts. And when you stop generating the kind of energy that you don't want to continue in the way that you've been going, you'll shift and you'll change. But when you go back here to these memes about it's very difficult to change, there's nothing that I can do about it. I've always been this way. It would take too long. All of these are ideas that when you buy into them, you create a virus that will duplicate not only within yourself, but with the people around you and in your families. And you see this kind of thing. And then it goes into the culture. And entire cultures will buy into these memes. So every single rationale that you use for maintaining and hanging on to what it is that you don't want to be is something that is almost guaranteed not to be true. So the display quote for "Excuses Be Gone" says, "Don't believe everything you think." Because about 99% of every thought that you have isn't even true. And you're guiding your life and your principles and your way of being on the basis of something that just doesn't even hold up to a simple test of, is it true, and can you be 100% certain that it is? You can begin to just start with a new level of awareness. So, awareness, alignment is another principle that I speak a lot about in Excuses Be Gone. Every excuse that you use, every explanation, every meme that you come up with for why your life or your body or your relationships, your health, your financial situation, every single one of the excuses that you use is a misalignment. You start to get conscious of where you're aligned. And our alignments are the things that really determine the next principle, which is the principle of contemplation. And this principle of contemplation is so intriguing to me. How many times I have said to my children, contemplate yourselves surrounded by the conditions which you intend to produce. You get what you think about, whether you want it or not. This thing that we call our thoughts is really the highest place within us, and we can use them to be thoughts that are aligned and think like God thinks, or we can use them as excuses and misalign ourselves and remind ourselves that God doesn't need any excuses. And so as you think of yourself as a God-realized being, you won't be doing that either. Contemplation is the continuous use of your thought process. How you use your thought process to train your mind in a new way. Remember, we are training ourselves in this seminar to elevate our concept of ourselves to a place that matches what it is that we would like to live out and attract and be in our lives. That's what we're doing. We're shifting our conception of ourselves and beginning to see ourselves as pieces of God from which we can never be disconnected. Secondly, your thoughts are actually like things that act to begin the process of materialization. So that what you think about ultimately becomes what you become and what becomes of you. If you contemplate with thoughts that match originating spirit, which is Thomas Troward's word for God. If you contemplate with thoughts that match originating spirit, then you will have the same power as originating spirit. That's an alarming thing to think and say. As you begin to contemplate in the same way that the creative force of the universe contemplates, then what you do is you shift out of your excuse pattern of things can't happen and won't happen into, I am thinking in such a way that originating spirit thinks, and therefore if I continue to stay there, I will have the same power as originating spirit. Because you are originating spirit. You can't be separated from it. When contemplation is a vibrational match to originating spirit, you gain the cooperation of divine mind, attracting and fulfilling your desires. Let me say it again. When contemplation is a vibrational match to originating spirit, and everything is vibration, every thought is vibration, you gain the cooperation of divine mind, attracting and fulfilling your desires. Contemplation, next, is therefore a kind of action in and of itself which sets into motion all of the creative forces of the universe. You want to set into motion the energy that will allow you to attract into your life what you want. You want to be not thinking about a BMW in your driveway or a new Rolex on your arm. You want to be thinking like God thinks and living from those cardinal virtues, and recognize that you do not attract into this world what you want. You attract what you are. And as you become it and it becomes you, it becomes limitless. And a BMW makes no difference. When you rely on excuses, you allow your false self, the ego, to contemplate what you do not want or what you cannot have. Do you get that? When you rely on excuses, you give evidence that you contemplate what you can't have or what you don't want. Every time you come up with a reason why you can't do something or you can't have something, you are giving evidence that you are contemplating in a way that is not aligned with originating spirit. Therefore, you lose the power of originating spirit. Return to the ego. Every excuse you ever use for anything is evidence that you're contemplating what you can't have. Now, why you would want to contemplate what you can't have or what's missing in your life is a meme handed to you, because basically you've been taught you're not worthy of all of that. God is worthy of that. You're not God. There's nothing more blasphemous than saying you are God, except we've been saying it here a lot. The presence of excuses in your life is evidence that you contemplate what you can't have or can't do, rather than the infinite possibilities that are inherent in your divine self. Okay. And what I want to do now is move a little bit into the paradigm. The paradigm is the last third of Excuses Be Gone. It is 7 questions, the answers to which, if you treat this seriously, will remove from you the memes that have kept you stuck where you are. Some of you decided after our talk yesterday about sugar and acted in a way that you have maybe never acted before, removing the excuse that you can't do without sugar. You must have just decided that that meme, that I have a sweet tooth, or it's just something that I've always loved, we've always had desserts, I can't help it, I'm just attracted to it, all of that. You set in motion a new process, a process that will take probably 20 or 30 pounds off the middle of your bodies if you need to lose that. But you can't do that if you don't contemplate yourself as having an elevated level that you are capable of doing this. If you start telling yourself that you can't do this, or it's going to take a very long time, or it's going to be painful, or I'm not worthy of it, and that is a meme that you have been carrying around with you since you were just little boys and little girls, little babies. Even in utero, you learned these things. And now you're making the shift. And this is a really big shift to this paradigm. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm going to just ask a few of you to think about two things. One is what I asked you earlier to think about, which is what is your calling? What do you feel inside of you that you're here to do that you just haven't gotten around to yet, or you just think you're too old? That's another meme. I told you earlier when they asked me to do a film at the age of 68, my first thought was that meme. You don't teach an old dog new tricks, it's a meme. You can teach an old dog new tricks anytime you want to. Old dogs love new tricks. They do. I mean, we have every homily that you've ever heard. You know, the early bird gets the worm. Not necessarily. Sometimes late birds get the worm. I mean, every single one of them that you can come up with, you can come up with the reverse of it as well. The other thing I'd like you to think about is William Wordsworth said that habits rule the unreflecting herd. Habits rule the unreflecting herd. The herd mentality. And habits are just the long-established thinking mechanisms that we've been employing. That's all they are. I'd like you to imagine yourself as addiction-free, perfect health, total well-being, financially, anything that you need to flow into your life is flowing into your life. Relationships that are based upon love and kindness and honesty, and that's just the way it's going to be. Just like, can you get a conception of yourself like that? And is there something that stops you, like the person that isn't here is the one that really needs to be here, which is what you're thinking? When in fact the person that isn't here is exactly where they belong. And so are you. And so are you. And I'd just like to ask a few people just come up to the mic who have been carrying around some really long-term, lifetime habits that they have never been able to change. I don't care what they are. Just a way of being that's been with you that you're just frigging tired of. And it's just something you haven't been able to get a handle on. Go ahead, whoever. Just come up. Just tell me what it is and tell me what you think your calling is. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. I get all excited about a new project or something I'm involved with or manifesting, and it takes off, and oh boy, it's fun. And then all of a sudden I go, oh, I need a couple days to just rest and pull back, and then find the stop procrastinating and get back in the game and keep moving again. It's like kind of a dip that happens in the middle of manifesting and doing.
What do you think's keeping you from doing it?
I don't know. I don't think I'm scared of it. It just feels like it's overwhelming at times when stuff you wanted starts to really come your way.
That's a big meme.
Yeah.
Did you hear the meme? It's overwhelming. You know, nothing is overwhelming. Everything is just is. What's the difference between a flower and a weed?
Well, a flower's pretty and smells good.
And a weed?
And a weed is ugly and useless.
So the difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment.
Yeah.
And the difference between being overwhelmed and not being overwhelmed?
There's a
it's
judgment.
Just a simple judgment.
In here.
Okay, next.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
The meme for me is simply not being worthy, that I'm not capable of being whole. And what I think I'm here to do is to help people arrive and leave.
Okay. So you're helping people with the birthing process and the dying process?
Yes.
Paramahansa Yogananda had a wonderful, wonderful line. He said, when you're born, you come into the world crying and everyone around you is smiling. He said, live your life in such a way that when you leave, you're smiling and everyone around you is crying. Next.
Stress and depression is a big part of my life, and I feel that every time I have a good run, that I'm going to lapse into depression and I can't keep that run. It's almost like, I think your analogy in spiritual solutions, when you're plugged in, and you're plugged into spiritual, you're always spiritual. But I know I'm always going to be unplugged. Like sooner or later, I'm going to be unplugged, and I can't hold it there.
Okay. Depression. A lot of it. Depression, all depression, except for extreme clinical depression when there's something wrong with the brain, which is very rare. All depression is a meme. They're all memes. There's no depression in the world. There's no stress in the world. Stress is a meme. I would like to give you each a bucket and give you an assignment. Go out and bring me back a bucket of stress. Go find me some stress and bring it back. So what is stress? Stress, there are people thinking stressful thoughts, aren't they? And then having stressful reactions in their body. But stress itself, it's a meme. The belief that the world is stressful is just a judgment. It's just something that we carry with us. Okay? Thank you. So the first question to ask yourself, any of you, about what it is that is something you've been hanging on to for a very long time, that is a part of your life that you find almost impossible to change. Even though you know what to think and you've been to all the seminars, you've read the books, you've done the right things, you still find yourself going back and slipping back into habituated ways of behaving and thinking, right? And what I'm suggesting to all of you here today is that in moments, like for every single person who this morning decided to do something about their sugar intake based upon what we did yesterday, you have demonstrated that you are now about to embark on a new way of being. You've demonstrated it. Even if you just checked a package and seen how many sugar grams were in what it was you were going to eat and then ate it anyway, it doesn't matter. Even if you smoke Pakalolo every single day and you said, you know what, maybe this isn't good for my brain, but I think maybe tonight I'll just think about it tomorrow. You're on your way. Because we become what we think about, whether we want it or not. If you have a choice to think a thought that may or may not be true, but thinking that thought will keep you from where you want to go, versus thinking a thought that may or may not be true, but thinking that thought will at least give you a chance to get to where you want to be, why do we continue to take the first choice when the second choice is the only option we have for changing our conception of ourselves? But we train ourselves through this subconscious meme training that we've had to start believing in things that are going to keep us from ever getting where we want to go. If you have a choice to think a thought that may or may not be true, but it will keep you from getting to where you want to be, versus thinking a thought that may or may not be true, but will at least give you an opportunity to get there, what's the choice? So I have leukemia, and I can think the thought that this thing is going to take me down and it's going to kill me and it's going to change the course of my life and I'm going to have less energy and I'm not going to be able to do the things I wanted to do. And what I want for myself is to stay vibrant and healthy as long as I possibly can. So why would I choose to take a thought that is going to take me where I don't want to go, rather than taking a thought that says, I can handle this, I can live with this, I can make this work for me, I can send it on its way. It may or may not be true, but at least I have a chance to get where I want to go with that thought. And our thoughts, if you haven't got it by now, our thoughts are what our life is. This is what the paradigm is. This is what Lao Tzu was telling me over and over and over again. Teach people to take the excuses that they use and to put them into a context that may or may not be true, and ask them to reverse it, and then pick the one that will at least get you to where you want to be. The woman that sat next to me on the airport, I've never forgotten her. She was a photographer here on Maui. She was doing a wedding, and then she was on her way back. We were sitting on an airplane on American Airlines, and she put above the seat a whole bunch of photographic equipment, and I asked her about it, and I said, what do you do? She said, I'm a photographer. I said, do you like it? Do you enjoy it? She said, yes. She said, but I'll never get rich at it. And I said, would you like to get rich? And she said, of course, who wouldn't want to be rich? And I said, let me see if I understand you. You would like to be rich, but the thoughts you carry around in your head are, I'll never get there. What's the reverse of I'll never get there? I will get there. It's on its way. In fact, I'm already here. Why wouldn't you think that thought? So now, the second question is, where did these thoughts come from? They came from you. You bought into all of this stuff. All of us bought into this little stuff. The I'm too young or I'm too old. Like our age has something to do with what we can create or do in our lives. There's endless examples of people who've overcome that. You know, Louise Hay started Hay House Publishing at the age of 61. It's 22 years. She's 83. CEO of the largest publishing company in the world on spiritual and higher consciousness materials. And she started it at 61 because she didn't buy into that meme. So what I say to you is that there were kids in school next to you who were told the very same thing that you were told. Your siblings were told the same things by the same mother. Some of your siblings didn't buy into that at all. And some of them did, and some of them got scared. And what I say to you is, even though you didn't know it at the time, you were still making choices to buy it. If you're not willing to take responsibility for having chosen to carry around these beliefs, then you have no chance of overcoming them. You have as much chance as if you send your mother to me and I treat her and you expect to get better. It just isn't going to happen. So I say to you, the answer to the second question is, I chose them all. And I say that to you about everything, even your most serious illnesses. Take responsibility for it. It's yours. You own it. Don't feel yourself that you were being punished, that it was some karmic debt, that there was something bad happened in a previous life and you were an axe murderer and now you're getting this. Don't do that. But take responsibility for it, because the minute you say, I chose it, it's mine, I carry it around with me, I live with it, I breathe with it, I bleed it, which is what I do with my leukemia. That's what I do with it. It's mine, I own it, I took it on, and that's the only chance I have of saying goodbye to it. It's the only chance. I can blame this girl or that girl or my children or, you know, all of the different traumas in my life. I can blame the environment. I can blame the food we eat, the mercury in the fish. I can blame it all, the Ayatollahs. It's got to be somebody else's fault. It can't be mine. I don't get leukemia. It's mine. I was a vibrational match to it. I take responsibility for it. And now the third question is, what are my payoffs? What do you think is the major payoff? I go through about 10 of them in the book. The payoff for using the meme. Psychological payoffs. Avoidance of doing what I came here to do. It's simply easier. Now here's the fourth question. And this is all I'm going to do. What would your life look like if you couldn't use those excuses that you've been using? If you just couldn't come up with them, if somehow I wired your brain in such a way that you could not think those three thoughts, what would your life look like? If you couldn't think the thoughts that you've been thinking that are keeping you from where you want to be, you would feel more joy, more accomplished. What I'm saying to all of you is that if you want to overcome any of the things that you think came to you as a result of abuse, abandonment, brokenness, despair, depressed parents, whatever it might be, certainly don't exclude that and just toss it out the window and say it's not relevant. But recognize that you just didn't have the strength then, but that was then and this is now, to quote St. Paul in Corinthians. When I was a child, I thought as a child. But I'm not a child now. If there's something about your life, your body, your health, your relationships, your finances, whatever it may be, if there's something about you that you see as you've been carrying around habitually for your lifetime and you're tired of it, I'm asking you to just imagine yourself as the way you would like to be. This teacher that I mentioned to you the other night, his name is Neville, Neville. Quite a few books have been written about him. His daughter's name is Victoria Goddard. His last name was Goddard, but he went by Neville. And I'd ask you to just try to get yourself familiar with him if it appeals to you. His writing is very unique. I'm going to share a little bit of it with you here. His speaking style is very unique. I've been listening to some of his lectures, his live lectures from the 40s and 50s. And it's one more person that my Dharma has been to bring to the forefront, to expose. Bruce Lipton was one. Richard Brody was one. Immaculée Ilibagiza, you may remember, the woman from Rwanda who hid in a bathroom for 91 days during the Holocaust there, was one. Many, many others that have just sort of been projects of mine to introduce people to. Neville is the next one. There are really 7 components to what I'm going to talk to you about. The greatest gift that you've been given, and this is the first component, is the gift of your imagination. I just can't emphasize this enough. This thing that you've been given, called your imagination. Your ability to imagine for yourself what it is that you would like to be able to create for yourself. And to live from that perspective as if it had already occurred. And for some of you it may seem like I'm asking you to fake something, but it isn't that at all. You know, all the poets speak about your imagination. William Blake's to see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wildflower, to hold eternity in the palm of your hand, and infinity in an hour. We are all led to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye, which was born in a night to perish in a night, while the soul slept in beams of light. The imagination. This imagination of yours is your ability to be able to go within and go to a sacred space within yourself that no one has access to but you, that is yours, a place from which you can live. And in the process of living there, you can create for yourself whatever it is that you are intending to experience. Even if your physical reality of your daily life doesn't match up to it at this point, it doesn't make any difference. In your imagination, he calls this ability of you to use your imagination to manifest for yourself what you want and live there within it, the greatest gift that you've been given. And this gift is so powerful that I have been putting these 7 principles, and he doesn't have 7 principles, this is just the 7 that I've come up with from reading his book. He calls all of this the law of assumption. The law of assumption. A-S-S-U-M-P-T-I-O-N. Assumption, to assume. And the law of assumption really says that whatever I assume to be true in my mind, I can live from there and harden that into first things like concepts, and then conditions, and then events, and then objects. The matter of fact, William Blake also was the one who said, everything that is now was once first imagined. There is nothing in this physical universe, including you. There is not a thing in this universe that was not once the product of an imagination. It had to be thought of in an imagination first. So now, when you think about this concept of materialization and manifestation, what you're really talking about is the process of moving things from formless to form, emulating spirit. moving something from formless to form requires your imagination. And everything that you have for yourself and everything that you see, we're sitting here in this room, we see speakers, we see mirror on the wall, the chairs you're sitting on, the clothes you're wearing, the shoes you have, the watch on your wrist, everything. It's like Neville said, it's impossible for me to imagine a universe without a creator as it is for me to imagine a watch without a watchmaker. And a watchmaker has to work from an imagination. It has to first be imagined. Thomas Troward said, the law of flotation was not discovered by the contemplation of the sinking of things. And I have paraphrased that to say the law of flying was not accomplished by the contemplation of the staying on the ground of things. If two people named Orville and Wilbur Wright had gone to Kitty Hawk imagining that this thing wasn't get off the ground, do you think flying would have started that day? It's not possible, is it? So that these cell phones that we carry around, these fax machines that we have, that when I was in high school, I mean, we had 3 people on our party line, with a little old black phone. We had to go up and down to see if we could get an operator. Making a long-distance call was an event. You saved for it, and you thought about it, and you timed yourself because you knew what, and today it's just beep, 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 beep. Oh, Romania? Oh, sure, I'll be happy to talk to you in Romania. I mean, it had to be imagined. It had to be imagined. Now, it may sound obvious what I'm saying, but this power of your imagination is so exquisite and so strong, and I had really never thought of it until I started becoming familiar with the Neville work. I've always known that, things start with a thought. And the quotation I gave you from Thoreau, if you advance confidently in the direction of your own dreams, and endeavor to live the life which you have imagined. What's the key word? Imagined. The life that you have imagined. You will be met with a success unexpected in common hours. It will begin to chase after you. You will activate the powers of manifestation and materialization. And you can't do it unless you're willing to use your imagination. And in the process of understanding this, that everything that has ever been created, including everything that has been created for you in your life, whether you like what it is or you don't like what it is, it still had to have first been thought. It had to come from the formless. All being originates in what? Non-being. It's the spirit that gives life. Your imagination is your spirit. It is this invisible, formless, boundaryless, internal, external, surrounding you space in which you can put anything that you want there, and no one can do anything about it. It doesn't make any difference who's sitting next to you, who your parents were, what they said, what everybody else said. None of it matters. So that's the first principle, this principle of imagination, that everything that you would like to have, you have to be able to imagine. The second thing is learning to think from the end rather than about the end. Learning to think from the end. I brought with me something for all of you to look at. It is the book that I am going to write, that I am writing, that is already created in my imagination. And this is what it's going to look like. This is the cover. This is just wrapped around another book. And I look at this every single day. If I took you over to my other writing space, you would see a copy of The Shift, the book that we just spent 2 days talking about. Because it helps me to think from the end rather than about the end. Because the only place that you can think from the end is in your imagination. And nobody can take that away from you. people say, well, you're so productive, you get so much done, you've written so many books, you've done so many CDs, you've done all these PBS shows, you've done movies, you've done... And you know what? I basically think I screw off a lot. I don't really think I do that much at all. I mean, you can't even imagine. I mean, I take time to exercise 3.5 to 4 hours every single day of my life. Every day. My kids will tell you. I swim in the ocean every day. I do yoga for 90 minutes almost every single day of the week. I walk at minimum an hour and a half every day of power walking on top of all of the other things. It's hard for me to imagine myself not doing, because my imagination is so strong and such a part of what it is that is my life, that how it manifests isn't nearly as significant as that I keep my imagination sharp and focused. And I want to read you a little bit of Neville. It's a book, Moving from Desire to Wishes Fulfilled, by Neville. On a flight across the country, you can read the whole thing. There's 25, 26 chapters, but they're each a page or two long. You'll be perplexed by it, and you'll be amazed by it, and you'll wonder about it. A little bit of Neville. The great secret is a controlled imagination and a well-sustained attention firmly and repeatedly focused on the object to be accomplished. It cannot be emphasized too much that by creating an ideal within your mental sphere, by assuming that you are already that ideal, you identify yourself with it and thereby transform yourself into its image. Thinking from the ideal instead of thinking of the ideal. Thinking from the ideal instead of thinking of the ideal. Every state is already there as mere possibilities, as long as we think of them, but as overpoweringly real when we think from them. This was called by the ancient teachers subjection to the will of God, or resting in the Lord. And the only true test of resting in the Lord is that all who do rest are inevitably transformed into the image of that in which they rest. You become according to your resigned will, and your resigned will is your concept of yourself and all that you consent to and accept as true. You, assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled and continuing therein, take upon yourself the results of that state. Not assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are ever free of the results. The truth that sets you free is that you can experience in imagination what you desire to experience in reality, and by maintaining this experience in imagination, your desire will and must become an actuality. Again, the truth that sets you free is that you can experience in your imagination what you desire to experience in reality, and by maintaining this experience in imagination, your desire will become an actuality. Now, all I can say to you about that is that it really works. The first part of this is the power of your imagination. The second part of what I'm speaking about here is thinking from the end. The third concept, after thinking from the end, is these words. If you're taking notes, I want you to really have them underlined. These are the words that Neville has spoken that really resonated with me. He said, you must learn to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Whatever it is that you have in your imagination, this is the only tool that you have for bringing it into real, for hardening it from a thought to perhaps first an image, and then a condition, and then an event, and then an object. That your imagination is the only place that you can make all of this happen. If it's the weight that you want to lose, if it's the addiction that you want to overcome, if it's the relationship you'd like to fix, whatever it is you'd like to create, he gives some very specific examples of how this can work. Assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled means that In your imagination, you have created what it is, what you have imagined for yourself. You think now from that end rather than about that end. And now you assume the feeling of that wish being fulfilled. And where do you experience feelings? In your body. That's what the body is. It's the reservoir of feelings. They show up in your flushing. They show up when you get embarrassed. They show up when you get joyful. They show up when you get sad. You know, you have physical manifestations of feelings. You assume the feeling of this wish being fulfilled. So what does it feel like within you to have this thing materialize? He makes a big case for creation itself, that you have really no control over the details. And you don't get to be a part of creation, he says, because creation is already complete. What you get to decide is what aspect of creation is going to manifest or materialize or show up into your life. That's what you get to do. You don't get to go out there and make mosquitoes or create flowers and all. All of that is being done by the great invisible Tao. What you get to decide is what extent of what is already being created and is part of creation that you are participating in, what share of it is going to manifest and be a part of your life. And you do this through the assumption of a feeling of a wish fulfilled. So that you imagine what it is that you would like to have or to be or to manifest. And you imagine this for yourself. And then what you do is you feel it in your body. And you ask yourself, what does it feel like? And everything about you has to go to this place. I'm going to read to you a little excerpt from Neville about this. I will be, in quotes, is a confession that I am not. Okay? I will be is simply a confession that I am not. The Father's will, God's will, is always I am. Until you realize that you are the Father, that you are God, and that there is only one I am, and your infinite self is that I am, your will is always I will be. That's your will. In the law of assumption, your consciousness of being is the Father's will. The mere wish without this consciousness is my will. This great quotation, so little understood, is a perfect statement of the law of assumption. I will be is a confession that I am not. If you change your concept of yourself, the events ahead of you in time are altered. You can alter events ahead of you. Greg Braden wrote about this in The Isaiah Effect. I'd recommend you read that. If you change your concept of yourself, the events ahead of you in time are altered. But thus altered, they form again a deterministic sequence, starting from the moment of this changed concept. You are a being with powers of intervention which enable you, by a change of consciousness, to alter the course of observed events. In fact, to change your future. Deny the evidence of the senses and assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Again, deny the evidence of the senses, everything that your eyes and ears and everything else tells you. Go to your imagination, think from the end, and assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Inasmuch as your assumption is creative and forms an atmosphere, your assumption, if it is to be a noble one, that is, if it's aligned with God, increases your assurance and helps you to reach a higher level of being. This means to make your assumption the highest, noblest, happiest concepts, there is no better time to start than now. The present moment is always the most opportune in which to eliminate all unlovely, I love that, assumptions, and to concentrate only on the good. As well as yourself, claim for others their divine inheritance. You win by assumption what you can never win by force. An assumption is a certain motion of consciousness. This motion, like all motions, exercises an influence on the surrounding substance, causing it to take the shape of, echo, and reflect the assumption. A change of fortune is a new direction, an outlook, merely a change in arrangement of the same mind substance called consciousness. If you would change your life, all of you, you must begin at the very source with your own basic concept of yourself. Outer change, becoming part of organizations, political bodies, religious bodies, is not enough. The cause goes deeper. The essential change must take place in yourself, in your own concept of yourself. You must assume that you are what you want to be and continue therein, for the reality of your assumption has its being in complete independence of objective fact. It doesn't matter what the facts are around you. For the reality of your assumption has its being in complete independence of objective fact, and will clothe itself in flesh if you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you know that assumptions, if persisted in, harden into facts, then events, which seem to the uninitiated mere accidents, will be understood by you to be the logical and inevitable effects of your assumption. The important thing to bear in mind is that you have infinite free will in choosing your assumptions. That is, your imagination is yours, it's your gift. You can do anything you want with it. The important thing to bear in mind is that you have infinite free will in choosing your assumptions, but absolutely no power to determine conditions and events. You can create nothing, but your assumptions determine what portion of creation you will experience. Isn't that something? Now that's just a little taste of it, and that's the lighter stuff. There are many paragraphs in there that I've read 20, 25 times, like the Tao, when I studied the Tao. Now, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So you have your imagination, you go there, you create what you want for yourself in your imagination, you think from the end, and you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I want to tell you a story of how my daughter Sky and Serena and a friend of mine were in Los Angeles. And we were at a mall, and a fellow walked up to me who was a chronic stutterer. He had a speech impediment. He could hardly get a sentence out without major stuttering. His name was Vincent, and he thought a long time. He recognized me, and he thought a long time about whether he should come to me or not. Basically because of his speech impediment, but he also didn't want to bother me because he knew I was there with friends and I was just waiting for them outside of a shop of some kind. It was the night that we were doing the premiere for the film, The Shift, in Los Angeles. And he asked me if there was anything that he could do about his speech impediment. It took him a long time to get it out. He was 39 years old. He'd been doing this since he was a young boy. And I asked him if he could imagine himself free of his speech impediment. And he said, no, I can't do that. And I said to him, then you have just given up the only hope that you have for overcoming it. If you're not willing to use your imagination to assume that you can view yourself as free from the speech impediment. So if you're not willing to do that, I can't help you, because I can't take your speech impediment away for you, nor can any speech pathologist anywhere on earth. I said, so if you'd like to try, let's do it now, right in the mall. So he closed his eyes. I said, I want you to imagine yourself as free of your speech impediment. Can you do that? And he waited, and he waited, and he waited. And finally he said, yes, I can see myself free of my speech impediment. And he stuttered as he said it, of course. And I said, then that is your gift. You can live there in your imagination and be a person who is free of your speech impediment. In your imagination, you have the freedom to go there any time that you want. And you can think not about that someday being what you would like to become, because that's an admission that you aren't there and you're never going to get there. But that you are already there. You got to get this. You already are. In other words, you're moving into the future and living from the future and letting the rest of your life catch up to you is what you're doing. The hardening that Neville talks about of things into facts come from this place in the imagination. Because the imagination is the place where everything gets created. Everything, including everything about yourself. Okay? So I said to him, I would like you to assume the feeling of your wish being fulfilled. He said, I don't know what that means. I said, when you, in your imagination, go to the place within you where you are free of your speech impediment, which you can do any time, because that's where you're going to live from now on, what does it feel like in your body for you? Right now, what does it feel like? And he said, it feels great. It feels great. And he smiled. He had this huge smile, and it was like the first time that I had seen him come from joy. That in his imagination, he was now feeling in his body what it felt like to be free of this thing that he's been carrying around with him for who knows how long, 35, 38 years. So now the next part of this, and I'll come back to Vincent, the fourth part of this is your attention. You've now decided that you are going to manifest for yourself, and you're there in your imagination already. I can't tell you how many times I put this into practice over the years in my own life before I ever read Neville. When I was 12 years old, we had an Admiral television set on Moross Road on the east side of Detroit, a little Admiral black and white television set, and I used to watch Steve Allen on The Tonight Show. I'd sit up and I'd stay up late. Every night I had to watch him with all of his crazy characters and smock and this and that. And Steve Allen, I just admired him so much. And I was assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I used to tell my brothers and my mother and my stepfather that I was on The Tonight Show, and I would say last night, and they would interviewing, Steve Allen was in, and I said, Louis and I answered it this way. I would have answered it a totally different way. And they all just said, God, your imagination, you're always, you're not on The Tonight Show, you're not, Steve Allen, you're not. Do you know the first time I ever did The Tonight Show in 1976, in August, I think it was the 24th, it was the night of the Republican National Convention when Bob Dole was nominated. I flew out to California. I won't go into the long story about it, but I was invited to do on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. When I got there, I had my own dressing room, and the first guest was Steve Allen. First guest was Steve Allen. And I called my mother, and I was on a panel of phones outside of my dressing room, and I was saying to my mother, you're not going to believe who's the first guest and who I was just talking to. She said, who? I said, listen, he's talking to his wife, Jane Meadows. Is that her? James Meadows? He's talking to his wife. And I take the telephone receiver, which had a cord about this long, and she said, it sounds like Steve Allen. I said, that's Steve Allen. He's right next to me. Can you believe that? I always knew this. She said, you used to do that when you were 12 years old. When you start getting this, you're going to realize that this is a universe that has no accidents in it. That the power of your imagination has no time limits on it whatsoever. Infinite patience produces immediate results. So the question that you have to begin to ask yourself is, when you have created a wish within your imagination and you are living from it rather than hoping to become it, and it becomes who you are. I knew that I was on The Tonight Show. I knew that I was meeting Steve Allen. I just knew it. And I wasn't walking around with my head in the clouds. It was just a knowing that I had within me. And when I wrote Erroneous Zones, my mother used to say, I said, I'm going to be doing the Mike Douglas show. And they hadn't even asked yet. And she said, you shouldn't say things like that. I said, if you don't say them, they don't come from maybe I'll do it. They come from me already seeing myself on the show. The question now becomes, with this fourth principle, the fourth principle is about attention. what kind of attention do you place on yourself when the subject of your wish comes up? Like you want to lose another 70 pounds, whatever. When the subject of you losing 70 pounds comes up, when the subject of any of you, whatever it may be, where do you go in your imagination with what comes up around your wish being fulfilled? Where do you go with it? You have two choices. You can either use objective or subjective attention. When the subject of you healing yourself of your difficulty, when the subject of my leukemia comes up, and I hear stories of people telling me that my father had that and he died in 3 weeks. And I looked on the internet and it says that this kind of leukemia is just incurable. You can manage it and you can live with it, but it's incurable. And this is your mother, my mother and my brother saying, come on, get your head out of the clouds for Christ's sake. You know, you're not on the Tonight Show. You're 12 years old. Go deliver your newspapers. When the subject of that came up for my whole life, as a little boy, as a grown man, as a grandfather today, when the subject of what it is that I know in my imagination I'm already living from, and I know it, and that's how I live regardless of what anybody else says, and I don't wonder if it'll happen. I'm living from the end, not about the end. And the subject comes up, I instantly go to what I call the other, which is subjective attention. And subjective attention is what? It's what I have already placed in my imagination and I'm living from. So that's where you always want to go. This is the retraining that you have to have if you want your wishes fulfilled. In other words, when you have someone or something or events or things transpiring that seem to be indicative of your not being able to attract or manifest or have your wish fulfilled, if you go to that, and that's what I was telling Vincent, you're going to hear a lot of people telling you, you're a chronic stutterer, this is something you're going to live with for the rest of your life. It's a very difficult thing to overcome. You're going to hear all of this stuff. But if you are willing to use subjective attention on your imagination that you're already living from, and the only thing you have to do with your subjective attention is to go to the place in your imagination that you've already created. That's where you go. You see yourself there. When you go to the place, immediately, as soon as the subject matter comes up, I want you to, whenever your wish that you would like to have for yourself comes up, and someone or something gives you an indication that it's not a possibility, that your reflexive action is to immediately go to the place that you've already created for yourself. And don't allow... It's what Maslow said. It's becoming independent of the opinions of others. It's just independent, and of the evidence, and of the facts. Because the senses don't make any difference. You are going to a place within you that you have already created. Subjective attention versus objective attention. Make up your mind that you are going to, when it comes up, go to the place you've already created and live from there. And it's all about knowing how to use this attention. So then the fifth thing is, remember, we've gone from your imagination to thinking from the end, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It's in your body. You're feeling it in your body. You can't do this unless you're willing to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You have to assume it. And now you go to your subconscious mind. And this is the fifth principle, the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the part of you that rules most of your life. Bruce Lipton speaks a lot about it in the Biology of Belief. I speak a bit about it in Excuses Be Gone. Here, I just want to say to you, I was in London just a few weeks ago, and I had to give a lecture on the other side of town. And I had a driver pick me up at the hotel to take me through rush hour to this place on the other side of town in London. He was from Afghanistan. And he knew a lot about the Taliban, and he knew a lot about the people of the Pashtuns, and he was very up on the history of Afghanistan. why it was the way it was, what we were doing there, and so on. It was a 45-minute drive. He had a stick shift car, which is 3 pedals and 2 feet. Okay, as you remember, as I drove, so many of you, that's what I learned to drive on and drove for many, many years. And he drove me through traffic, stopping and starting, turning, going around this corner, because he knew I was in a rush and I had this huge lecture to give there and so on. And never for 1 second throughout the entire time did he stop talking about Afghanistan. I was taking notes in the back of one of those black cabs and writing it. I mean, it was a fascinating guy. Never thought about what he was doing. And if I would have asked him when he got there, how did you do it? He could never have told me. He did the whole thing from my hotel all the way through London and all the way to the place where I was speaking with his subconscious mind. He never thought about... Now, when he was first learning to drive a stick shift, he had to think about, because I used to teach driver education, he used to have to think about, okay, you put this, see now, I'm on a hill, and I got my foot on the brake and the other foot on the clutch, and if I take my foot off the brake, and this thing's going to go back, how am I going to get, you remember all of those kind of things? It's like, and so you start to program your subconscious mind from your conscious mind to learn how to do this, how to stop, how to turn. I remember teaching my mother how to drive, and she was getting ready to turn, and I said, okay, turn into the driveway. She didn't even slow down. She was going 20 miles an hour. And she said, you said turn, you didn't say slow down. I said, well, you can't turn at 20 miles an hour into the driveway. You almost knocked out 3 people doing it, you know. That was, many, many years ago. She just learned, and subconsciously, then your subconscious mind begins to take over from your conscious mind and rule your life. Okay? It is out of your subconscious mind that we are trying to now enter through wishes fulfilled and through excuses be gone. We're trying to go into your subconscious mind and deprogram it from not the training about how to drive without thinking about it, or how to go out and play tennis without thinking about how you hit a backhand and so on. Or how to, when I'm out there swimming, how to just make my body move through the water. I'm not learning to swim. I've learned to swim, and my body already knows swimming, and my subconscious mind just takes over and allows me to swim through the water, right? Well, the same thing is true of fulfilling your wishes. Your subconscious mind has been conditioned with these memes to believe that you can't do something or it's going to be difficult. And so, see, your subconscious mind cannot make a distinction between what it is you are feeling as a result of assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, or what you are feeling as a result of what's happening to your body and to your world and to your relationships and to your money and to your health. It can't make a distinction. So if it can't make a distinction, and it is out of the subconscious mind that all of manifestation begins to take place, that's the place within you, that invisible place that allows you to drive across the city without thinking about it, that allows you to swim through the ocean, that allows you to cook a souffle, whatever it is that you do without thinking. You are now trying to go into that subconscious mind and train it to fulfill the wishes that you have, instead of to continue to keep those wishes from being fulfilled, which is what you've trained it to do. You see, you've trained it and trained it and trained it to believe that this is an impossibility, or it's going to be difficult, or it's going to take a long time. So now your subconscious mind is the place where, if you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled enough and you persist in it, Neville says that if you absolutely persist in it, that ultimately it will harden into the facts of your life. But most people won't reach into their subconscious mind. So that subconscious mind of yours that has that programming in it that just allows you to go through life believing that you don't have the power, that you're not God, that you're not spirit, that you can't make these things happen, you have to start assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled over and over and over and over again, and persist in it. And then when somebody says it can't happen, you go to subjective attention. What is subjective attention? Immediately you go back in your imagination where you have it, and you don't think that that may happen. You're already there. The book is already written. There it is. There's nobody that can convince me that it's not going to get written. You can't convince me of that, because in my imagination, I've already assumed the feeling of that wish fulfilled. The sixth principle here is, I call it the last 5 minutes of your day. And the last 5 minutes of your day are when you're in bed and you're getting ready to go to sleep. What do you do with your conscious mind? Which is the fertile training ground for what's going to go into your subconscious mind and become automatic. Like knowing how to drive or make a souffle or swim or whatever. So much of what you do is automatic because it comes out of your subconscious mind. The last 5 minutes of your day tonight, when you're in bed and you're going to sleep, and every day of your life from now on, you do not want to review all of the things that you don't want, and that you don't like, and that didn't work, and why it's wrong, and why it hurts, and why you're mad, and why you're abandoned, and why you're afraid, and why you know it won't work out. Because as you do that, you are getting ready to head into your subconscious mind. In a couple of minutes here, you're going to marinate in your subconscious mind for the next 8 hours. You're going to just sit in there and marinate, and your subconscious mind is the part of you that's going to go on automatic. It can't make a distinction between what you are feeling as a result of assuming a feeling of a wish fulfilled, or the review of all of the crappy things that have happened to you and are going to happen to you. It can't make a distinction. So your subconscious mind says, oh, so you're going to review all the things you don't like, and how unhappy you are, and how miserable you are? Okay, then I'll give you 8 hours in here, and then when you come out of that on automatic, I will offer you up experiences that match up to what you obviously want, because that's how you're programming me. Does that make sense? Those last 5 minutes, when you're about to enter your subconscious mind, what do? You go to your imagination. You think from the end, you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you persistently use subjective attention, and you train your subconscious mind to bring to you what it is that you want to manifest. And finally, number 7, what do you do if it doesn't work? Why doesn't it work? I hear it all the time. Why do I fail at this? Neville said that we fail at assuming the feeling of our wish fulfilled and manifesting our wishes to be fulfilled. We fail at it to the degree to which it feels natural for us. Natural is the word. ABC World News, they're doing a feature on me. They did Deepak. They're doing something called Happiness Incorporated. So they flew out here. And the fellow who was interviewing me for this was kind of skeptical, which you expect when journalists do a story. He's about 5'6", maybe 5'7", sort of slight, nice-looking man, probably 145, 50 pounds or so. He said, so if I just want in my imagination to be a linebacker for the New York Giants, I can do that through what you're telling me? And I said, does that feel natural to you? Does looking at your body in the mirror, does it feel natural for you to be trying out for a linebacker position on the New York Giants? Do you really think that that's natural? Because if it feels natural to you, I'm saying, yeah, you have a possibility of doing it, and there probably are exceptions. I mean, there are some guys in the NBA who are 5'7" and scoring 40 points a game. I mean, it happens, but to them it feels natural. To most guys 5'7", that just looks like craziness. You know, that just looks like fooling around with giants. Is what that looks like. So he said, no, it doesn't feel natural. I said, then it will fail. I said, the extent to which this doesn't feel natural to you is the degree to which you will maintain your persistence. And it is persistence in going to the subjectification of your wish that you want to go. So if you're losing 70 more pounds in the next few months, which you're going to do, if that doesn't feel natural to you, and you can't imagine yourself, you know, wearing a size versus a size whatever you want, if you can't do that, If it doesn't feel, if there's nothing in you that says this could be, then you will continue to have difficulty with this because your subconscious mind will be continued to be programmed to believe that you're not worthy of it, that you can't do it, that whatever it is. So as it starts to get natural for you, and to me there's nothing more natural than taking a microphone and talking, for 10, 11 hours. There's nothing more natural than being up here and talking about what's in my heart. And so the degree to which it feels natural, my body then will allow it to take place. So whatever your wish that you would like to create for yourself, make it something that is natural to you. And then persist in assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. And the last 5 minutes of your day, continuously review what it is that you want and how you feel in your body, assuming that it's already here. And go off to sleep with that, whatever it might be. And then when you wake up, always go to your imagination. And in the end, as I say when I conclude all of my talks, you always come down to this choice in every moment of your life. You can either be a host to God or a hostage to your ego. It's your call. Thank you so much. I love you all. God bless you. Namaste. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.